Hello, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Today we will be discussing Crystal McCrory Jones case. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. So I am going to give 30 minutes for some of Crystal's favorite music. I did get the playlist from her sister. So we're going to play some of her favorite songs as a beautiful little tribute to her as we await for her sister to arrive. And we will be getting started soon. Hey, Bedazzled. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. So I am going to play some of Crystal's favorite songs. We are going to be talking about the case of Crystal McCrory Jones today. Just allowing everybody time to get in, get settled. Absolutely. Just giving everybody time to get in, get settled down as we... Thank you so much for the hand heart and the heart me, Judy. I appreciate you. We are going to get... Hey, KO. Hi, Pappy. Hi, guys. So I am going to start this live off for the next 30 minutes with some of Crystal's favorite music, some of her favorite songs. I did obtain a list from her sister of her favorite songs, so we're going to pay her a little beautiful tribute before we talk about her case. Hi, Julia. So I will get started with some of her favorite music. That way we have that. And then her sister will be here at 2:30. Yes, Bedazzled. I actually am going to play some of those today. I turned 18. We lived in a one-room run-down shack on the outskirts of New Orleans. We're giving her a beautiful tribute while we await for her sister. This is her favorite songs and music. So for the next 30 minutes, I'm giving everybody time to get in here. She painted my eyes and lips. Then I stepped into a satin dancing dress. I had a split from the side, clean up to my hip. It was red velvet trim. Hey, Marge. And it me good. Standing back from the looking glass there. So, guys, what I'm going to go back over what I'm doing here, and I'm going to restart this. So I did want to tell you guys we are going to be talking about the Crystal McCrory Jones at 2:30. We will be getting started on her case at 2:30 today. Her sister will be joining us. This is a photo of her and her sister here that I have up. This is also the phone numbers that we are encouraging everyone to call regarding her case. So in the meantime, we are going to be talking about Crystal and seeking justice for Crystal. But for the next 30 minutes while we await for everybody to arrive in, I am going to play Crystal's playlist. Some of her favorite songs, give her a beautiful tribute before we talk about her case. We will be playing some of her favorite artists, some of her favorite songs. We will be talking about her entire case today at 2:30. Purple Hearts is for Crystal. It was her favorite color. So I do want to remind you guys of that as well. And for the meantime, as we await for people to get in here, get it shared out, taps, we will be playing her playlist. Sammy. Didn't have money for food or rent, to say the least. We were hard pressed. Thank you guys so much. Mama spent every last penny we had to buy me a dancing dress. Well, Mama washed and combed and curled my hair, and then she painted my eyes and lips. Then I stepped into a satin dancing dress. I had a split from the side, clean up to my hip. It was red velvet trimming and it fit me good. And standing back from the looking glass, there stood a woman where a half-grown kid had stood. She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. Mama died a little bit of perfume on my neck, then she kissed my cheek. And then I saw the tears welling up in her troubled eyes as she started to speak. She looked at a pitiful shack, and then she looked at me and took a ragged breath. She said, your paws runned off, and I'm real sick, and the baby's gonna starve to death. She handed me a heart-shaped locket that said, to thine own self be true.
and I shivered as I watched a roach crawl across the toe of my high heel shoe. It sounded like somebody else who was talking, asking, Mama, what do I do?
Yes, guys.
She said, just be nice to the gentleman, Fancy. They'll be nice to you. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down.
I got you up in just a second, Kristen. I'm going to get on my account and let you up. I did want to say, guys, we're going to play some of Crystal's favorite music to give her a beautiful tribute today. Before we get started, her sister is going to be coming up here shortly, and I did get the playlist from her sister of some of her favorite songs, so I do want to take the time to play those as well. As we are talking about her sister, I believe she deserves a beautiful tribute, and I've got the phone numbers to the places that we are encouraging people to call, and I as well want to make sure that we get everything possible shared out there, her story shared out there. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So for the next few minutes, I will be playing music until she arrives. It's Crystal's favorite music, so I just want to let you guys know what is going on, and the Purple Hearts are for Crystal.
Here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. People came and took the baby mama.
I'll be back in 2.5 seconds. This video that I did not uploading because I popped on here too fast, so give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back.
Okay, girl.
Wasn't very long till I knew exactly what my mama been talking about. I knew what I had to do when I made myself this solemn vow. I was gonna be a lady someday, though I didn't know when or how. But I couldn't see spending the rest of my life with my head hung down in shame. You know, I might have been born just plain white trash, but Fancy was my name. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down. She said, here's your one chance, Fancy, don't let me down.
No, the music is not.
But long after a benevolent man.
Can you guys hear the music okay? I don't think my boxes can.
1 week later, I was pouring his tea in a 5-room hotel suite. Yes, you were. I charmed a king, a congressman, and an occasional aristocrat. And then I got me a Georgia mansion in an elegant New York townhouse.
As you guys know, Crystal's favorite artist was Reba, so we are doing a little tribute to her before we get started today.
Now in this world, there's a lot of self-righteous hypocrites that call me bad and criticize Mama for turning me out, no matter how little we had. But though I ain't had to worry about nothing from now on 15 years.
But I can tell you, the next song that we are about to play is the night that the lights went out in Louisiana, okay? Because we're going to make some noise. We're going to make some noise for sure. Here we go. Giving her the beautiful tribute she deserves.
He was on his way home from Candletop. Been 2 weeks gone and he thought he'd stop at Webb's and have him a drink before he went on to her. Andy Wolo said hello. He said hi, what's doing? Whoa said sit down, I got some bad news that's gonna hurt. Said I'm your best friend and you know that's right, but your young bride ain't home tonight. Since you've been gone, she's been seeing that Amos boy Seth. Now he got mad and he saw red, and he said, boy, don't you lose your head, cause to tell you the truth, I've been with her myself. That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia. That's the night that they hung an innocent man. But don't trust your soul to no backwoods southern lawyer, cause the judge in the town's got bloodstains on his hand. Well, Andy got scared and left the bar, walking on home cause he didn't live far. You see, Andy didn't have friends and he just lost him one. Brother thought his wife must have left town.
Today is the day that the lights go out in Louisiana, okay? We're seeking justice. Thank you guys for all the purple hearts. Purple hearts is Crystal's favorite color. I appreciate you guys spamming that as we pay a tribute to her.
Judge said guilty on a make-believe trial. Slapped the sheriff on the back with a smile and said, supper's waiting at home and I gotta get to it. That's the night that the lights went out in Georgia. That's the night that they hung an innocent man.
Is it just me, Dora? I can't hear the music anymore. Is it just my computer, or is it just my phone?
I think it's
This video that had what's playing.
What about now? Can you guys hear it?
I can't hear it.
No, I can't hear it
I'm not
anymore.
gonna be able to hear anything. The music. We'll hear you talking, but not the music.
Yeah, we hear you talking, but no music.
Yeah, the music it's going, but it's not coming through to anybody in the boxes, which is odd. I wonder if I mute my mic.
As long as they can hear it, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, awesome. The next song I'm going to play is You Can't Lose Me by Faith Hill. That is Crystal, one of Crystal and her sister's favorite. That was their song. And I will tell you guys that, okay, I'm glad you guys hear it. Perfect. All right.
I just posted the winter update for those that are asking. We'll talk about that later on. This is about Crystal right now, but the update is on my page, guys.
A little small for her age, a little too slow for the field day race. Mama's waiting at the finish line and wipes the teardrops from her eyes. She says, "You did just fine, honey, that's okay. Sometimes life's just that way. You're gonna lose the race from time to time, but you're always gonna find you can't lose me. Bet you're alive. I am here and I will always be just a wish away. Wherever you go, no matter how far, my love is where you are. You won't be lost if you believe. You can't lose me. Mama used to say, girl, it won't be long till it's time to go out on your own. Chase your dreams, find your place in life. I know you do just fine. When that day finally came, there were things she needed to but could not say. So I whispered softly as I wiped the tears from Mama's eyes. You can't lose me. Bet you're alive. I am here and I will always be just a wish away. Wherever I go, no matter how far, my love is where you are. You won't be
For those of you
lost
asking,
if you be.
For those of you asking real quick, the photo to my left is going to be Crystal and her sister. Her sister is currently in a box, and she's to the far right. This was their song, so please spam the chat with purple hearts for both of them.
You can't lose me.
next upcoming song of Crystal's is going to be called Beauty and the Broken by Prior Byard.
Switch to TurboTax.
Let me get that pulled up.
Last year, just file.
Well, I know you're scared. I can see it in your eyes. There's monsters right outside that keep you locked up in your room. But understand that your fear is what you feed it. Sometimes you're gonna need it, but it's consuming you. Oh, it's no way to live your life. It's okay if you ain't alright. You're gonna drink too much and stay up late. Need someone when your heart breaks. You're gonna drive too fast and get pulled over. Need someone to cry on shoulders. Gonna make mistakes, fall apart, lose your way when you're in the dark. Just don't lose faith, keep moving down the road. Yeah, don't be afraid to leave your heart wide open. There's beauty in the broken. When you're young, you think you're sheltered from the storm, but you can't enjoy the sun without some rain. Growing up, I know life can get real hard, but nothing grows in a garden without some rain. Oh, just go and live your life. It's okay if you ain't alright. But you're gonna drink too much and stay up late. Need someone when your heart breaks. You're gonna drive too fast and get pulled over. Need someone to cry on shoulders. Gonna make mistakes, fall apart, lose your way when you're in the dark. Just don't lose faith, keep moving on down the road. Yeah, don't be afraid to leave your heart wide open. There's beauty in the broken. Well, there's only been one man who was perfect. And if you go and read his words, he says the same. There's beauty in the broken. Oh, beauty in the broken.
And you guys know the next song. I do want Crystal's sister to know that we're all here for them and we're all here to seek justice. And I do want her to know that we all are standing firm on justice for her sister. So I do want to take the time to dedicate them a little pick-me-up to let them know that we are here to rescue and we are here to stand for justice and we're here to fight for justice. And the next song that I'm going to play for them is Rescue by Lauren Daigle. We are going to get justice for her sister.
You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS.
send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance that cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS.
We will send out an army to fight for justice.
I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. I hear the whisper underneath your breath. I hear you whisper you have nothing left. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. Oh, I will rescue you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. We were just giving you guys some time paying a beautiful tribute to Crystal McCrory Jones, who passed away in 2023. I do have a post I want to read so it kind of gives you a little bit of insight. Her sister is here with us today to talk about her, and we're going to learn about her case. And I want to say at the end of this live today, I hope that each and every single one of you will flood the phone lines to the district attorney's office and to the attorney general's office of Louisiana. We're not going to stop. We're not going away, even if we have to put together a protest in the streets of Louisiana. We're not going away. It's not going to be like that. So I do want to just give you guys a little bit of insight before I turn it over to her sister to let her sister talk about Crystal. We are asking today for the West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and state oversight bodies to reopen and thoroughly. It is currently still in open status. However, we want them to thoroughly review the case of Crystal McCrory Jones. On February 9th, 2023, Crystal was found deceased from a pew-pew wound, and her death was ruled a self-inflicted within 1 hour and 45 minutes. Nearly 3 years later, significant inconsistencies and unanswered questions persisted, including visible bruising on her hands and her inner thighs in crime scene photos, suggesting a possible struggle. The shell casing from the firearm was not located during the initial scene processing, but was reportedly found by her husband 7 days later. The Ring doorbell camera at home was disconnected 2 days prior to her death. A brief 7-minute interview, which we will be playing today, with her husband and former employee of investigating agency, with reports of discrepancies in statement and timelines. Errors and changes note in official reports, including times of death. Crystal's family today deserves transparency, accountability, and closure. An independent re-examination of the evidence could ensure no details were overlooked and restore public's trust. If you guys today believe in fair investigation, share this out. Share it to everyone. Like, call, sign the petition on change.org. And with that, I'm going to let her sister give us some intel and details from the beginning of her sister's case. And following that, we will be playing a news interview. We also will be playing the 7-minute interview with the detective and her husband at the time.
Hey everybody, so my name is Jana. I'm Crystal's baby sister. We're 10 years apart. So she passed away February 9th of 2023. It was officially ruled self-inflicted. Um, the case was originally closed within an hour and 40 minutes. You'll listen to the audio of that, what you would call an interview between the lead detective and her husband, who was once an employee with the investigating agency. He wasn't an employee when my sister passed, but he had worked for them before, about a year before she passed. And it was that interview was 7 minutes long, so they'll play that. Um, so she passed. They ruled it self-inflicted. Um, the case was closed, and then the case was reopened to avoid a FOIA request. So we did some FOIA requests, and the case was reopened just to avoid that FOIA request. Our concerns are centered around every report that was written has inconsistencies in it. We have 3 different police reports. We have a coroner's report that changes her TOD from a typed in time of 10:35 a.m. to a handwritten time of 5:05 p.m. And if you look at crime scene photos, you can see clocks in the background that clearly read times before 5:05. Like if she's found at 5:05, how do the clocks read a time before that time? There's some critical errors on her actual state issued death certificate that don't make sense. We're kind of in the middle with the vital records right now, trying to get her death overturned from self-inflicted to undetermined. The main concern we had initially was the spent casing, uh, cartridge, whatever you want to call it, was not found in the initial search of the crime scene. It was found 7 days later by her husband. And so we tried to use that as evidence to stop the cremation of her body because he pushed to have her cremated. Um, and we didn't want her cremated. But in the state of Louisiana, my mom didn't have rights. As her siblings, we didn't have rights. He was married to her for 5 years and he had all the rights in the world. But we tried to get an injunction to stop the cremation because we had new evidence that surfaced that said something was wrong. Unfortunately, we couldn't stop it and she was cremated. So there is no chance of a second autopsy. An autopsy was performed by Dr. Frank Peretti in Arkansas, so she was moved across state lines, which is another jurisdictional issue we've been dealing with. But the autopsy was so wrong. They had internal issues, external issues, saying organs were present that weren't present. Hair color, eye color was wrong. Her name was spelled wrong. 2 different case numbers on her files. Just so many different things that were wrong. And I try to make sure that I'm super transparent and I'm not in denial that she didn't do it. She might have. But the truth is, there was so little evidence collected that I'm not quite sure we'll ever have enough evidence to prove either way. But what we're pushing for is an independent investigation because there was a conflict of interest immediately because he was once employed by the investigating agency, the husband was. And because of that, we asked for the state police to come in a recorded meeting with the sheriff, and we were actively denied that. My sister's case, this is a parish of 9,300 people, very, very small parish. And my sister's case is the only one that the state police has not been able to put their hands on, like the only one.
And can you talk a little bit about, Jana, what they recovered during the investigation and pretty much how that investigation went.
Really, really quick, Dora, and I just want to say this too for everybody. The home that they resided in was on a state road, not a parish road.
Yes.
So the state police should have automatically had jurisdiction on this case. And instead, the parish police or the sheriff's department came in. And even though Jana requested, the family requested the state police come in, they basically actively denied it, despite the fact it should have been them in the first place. I'm sorry, Jana, go ahead.
Yeah, and if I forget bits and pieces, remind me. So in the investigation, no GSR testing was done, no fingerprints was done, no DNA testing was done. Um, like no evidence was collected at the scene other than the pew pew. The headboard um, that the projectile or cartridge or whatever I can call it on TikTok was gone through. He was allowed to burn it like 3 days later. Um, there was a pillow placed over her head with a, a shot through it, and he was allowed to burn it. It wasn't collected for evidence. So none of that evidence was collected. The only evidence collected was the pew pew, which they did eventually give back to him before they reopened the case, which was a big mistake because you gave back the only evidence that you had, and then you reopened the case. Um, and then someone sent me pictures. I went behind him and actually purchased the pew pew, so I have it now. So whatever testing I can get done by a professional, we'll get it done because we put it in a paper bag.
And can we also talk a little bit about the day she was found? She was laying on her left side.
Yes.
And she, at that point, the weapon, the projectile went through the wall and had no matter on it. No red stuff.
Yeah.
At all.
No red stuff at all. It was just drywall. Like when they pulled it from the wall, it was just drywall, white stuff. No red stuff. And I hate to be kind of graphic, but this was a through and through. So it went through twice, and there was no red stuff at all when they pulled it out of the wall, and the trajectory doesn't match. I know when shots are fired, the thing that comes out of the pew pew can go different ways, but it went like sideways and then went straight down and then made a 90-degree turn and then went into a wall. So nothing like no reenactments, no ballistic tests, none of that has been done to prove that it was actually capable of doing that.
And speaking of the ballistic reports included in the files, let's also keep in mind that they sent Jana someone else's ballistic report from a homicide of a 14-year-old pew-pewing his father.
Yeah, so I did a records request for the West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Office for my sister's entire case file because I did records request one at a time because I wasn't sure they would give me anything, and they did. They gave me everything I asked for supposedly, and then when I hired attorneys, they gave them the same thing. They gave me a sheet of paper that said homicide, and then it had the date of October, I think October 27th, 2022. And it was a case from when a 14-year-old pew-pewed his own father, and that case was still active and ongoing. So I thought, and that pew-pew was never recovered. So I thought maybe that had something to do with my sister's case. And I was like going down a rabbit hole, wondering why they attached that to my sister's file. I still don't know why they attached that.
I personally think, and this is where we still have so much that we got to talk about. But after going through all that stuff last night, I want to know where he bought that originally. I want to find the history with that serial number, which can be requested if he bought everything legally. I want to find out where all of that came from. Is what I want to figure out is the history of the pew pew, because that will prove if they didn't find the pew pew from the other one, and what that report that was sent to you does is it shows if there's consistencies between the pew pew and other crimes.
Right. Because that's
what that report is for.
Yeah, no one's ever given me a reason why you would send that to me. That's just insane.
Because they don't want to admit that pew pew could have potentially been used in another unaliving or something along those lines. But that's what that report is generated for. Anytime there's a crime committed, they run the pew, the serial number, through a report, compare it with other open active cases or cold cases to determine whether or not, you know what I mean, that there's
Right.
anything that's, yeah.
Yes, and I do
And
want to
track-
say for the person in the comments that is asking if there was any residue it's tested, absolutely not. There was no residue tested on her hands or anyone else's. No testing completed at all. It was ruled a suicide within an hour and 45 minutes into the investigation. And you're going to hear the interview. And something I take note of also in the interview that really drawed our attention last night is during this interview, he says that she had no access to any weapons besides the handgun that was used. And he said that he only had 2 weapons, which included, and he names them. I forget what the name was, but he names those. And he says that they were in a lockbox and he had lost the key. Tell us why in the photographs from the crime scene, there was weapons perfectly visible.
Yeah, at least 4.
And for those asking, guys, so he bought this pew for Crystal or like a couple years earlier. So about a year, maybe 2 years earlier. So he's the one that purchased the pew for her. There, we do have the serial numbers and all the information, which is what I'm going through and why I said I'm going to get the entire case history or the history of that actual pew. But just to answer that question,
amazing.
there was zero GSR testing whatsoever on Crystal or the husband. Now, not to change the trajectory of this, but I think it's important too, while we're talking about this, to mention the fact that the husband changed his entire schedule from what he would normally do on any other day, picked up his daughter for the first time ever that day, legitimately called his best friend who was a detective and said, hey, I can't get a hold of Crystal. Can you swing by the house and check and make sure she's okay and do this welfare check?
Yes, and can you talk about that, Jenna? Can you talk about the phone call, the leading up to the morning of her being found in her bed? Can you talk about those steps and those moments of what occurred between the friend and the husband?
Yeah, so he gave this narrative of where he was the whole day. Like, he went to the town that I live in, passed by their house. He named off every little place that he went, picked up his daughter, checked his daughter out of school, which was completely out of character. Then he drove around like aimlessly, and I have his Google timeline records from a laptop that he gave me because to be honest with you, he was just dumb. I don't know why he gave it to me, because I asked for it. And my sister was logged into his Google account. She had logged in about a week and a half before she passed into his Google account. And so he was driving aimlessly around like the Walmart parking lot area. And then he Google searched where she had a doctor's appointment that day at like 4:16 p.m. because she didn't, and they said apparently she didn't make it to her doctor's appointment. So instead of just driving home the 12 minutes it would have taken him to get there from his location, he called his officer friend that he used to work with, that was a school resource officer. He calls him, he doesn't call 911, he doesn't call the sheriff's department, he calls him on his personal cell phone and said, hey, my wife's not answering her phone, can you go by and do a welfare check on her? And he knew that this officer was getting off work because, the school's out, it's around 4 o'clock, school's out, he would be driving home, and he lived down the street from them. They said they were neighbors, but they're not. They live on opposite sides of the streets, down the road. And he says, sure, I'm headed that way now. And so the guy goes and, he gets to the house and he tells Tony that my sister's vehicle's in the driveway. And Tony says the door is unlocked, the bedroom is in the back. So he tells him the door's unlocked, the bedroom's in the back, he leads him to my sister's body. And you'll hear that in the interview. But he calls this guy and just asks for a welfare check. So there's no EMS call, there's no 911 call, there's no call to the sheriff's department, there's no body cam footage, there's nothing like that to verify any of this. We just have a police report written by the officer that found my sister, and the rumor says he thinks he was set up that day. to find her. He retired soon after my sister's case, became chief of police of a neighboring town, and then retired completely. Um, and yeah, so I mean, he could have drove the 12 minutes to go check on her, and he decided not to.
Well, let's talk about how you got there faster. Sorry, Dora, just really quick. Let's talk about how you got there faster than he did, and you were further away than he was.
Yeah, it would have taken him 12 minutes to get from last location to his house. It took him 14 minutes. So he drove slower than the speed limit. And this is a straight shot on a highway, like no stops, no red lights, nothing. I have to travel through 2 small towns to get from my house to our house, and through probably 5 red lights. And so it took me 36, it would take me 36 minutes, and it took me approximately 22 minutes to get to his house. And like, I almost beat him there. And that was absolutely insane to me.
And let's also talk about that 7-minute interview. The 7-minute interview entailed nothing being questioned other than, oh, how long did it take you to get here? You were here? Okay, well, that's all I needed from you. And if you guys don't mind, I am going to play that 7-minute interview for you guys so that you guys can hear it for yourself and hear that this is when he was being questioned, quote unquote. And during the first 2 minutes, he continues to say, self-inflicted, self-inflicted, self-inflicted. I hear it 3 times during this interview.
Right. And that's the lead.
It's so rehearsed.
And you hear it, and you guys are going to be able to hear it. I am going to start that interview so that you guys can hear this yourself and understand exactly what we're talking about when you're listening close. And I want you guys to really listen closely and pay attention to the how many uhs are in a sentence. Okay.
This is Al Murphy, Chief Deputy with the West Carroll Sheriff's Office. Today's date, February the 9th, 2023. The time is 18:45 hours. The place is West Carroll Parish CID. I'll be taking a statement this afternoon from Tony Jones. Tony's a white male, gives his date of birth is 4/28/78, and resides at a residence located at 1438 Highway 2 in Oak Grove. I'll be taking the statement from Tony in reference to a self-inflicted gunshot wound of his wife, Miss Crystal McCrory Jones. Her date of birth is 5/17/79. Tony and Crystal were married for 5 years and lived together at 1438 Highway 2 in Oak Grove. Tony, would you state your name and date of birth for the recording, please?
Tony Joe Jones, 4/28/1978.
Tony, we responded to your residence this afternoon, the West Carroll Sheriff's Office investigators and deputies in reference to your wife, Miss Crystal, and a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Could you walk me through your and her activities of today, starting from when you left your residence this morning?
I left the residence shortly after 8 o'clock. I went to Bastrop to a customer's house, Darren Billings in Bastrop. Worked on stuff for him, and I left there, and it was shortly before 10 o'clock or so. I called Crystal at 10:06, and she answered the phone, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And I stayed on the phone with her for 15 or 20 minutes, I say, and I had another job to do in Forest High School, so I went into town. I put a check in the bank. I turned around, and then I went to eat at Bakery Barn. I left there and went to Forest High School, and I was there till just shy of 3 o'clock. Got my daughter checked her out from school since I was already there at like 2:45, and I drove and I'd sent her a message saying, "Hey, I got a little girl," and she didn't respond, which she normally does. Then I drove into town, and me and my daughter got something to eat at Sonic, and I tried to call her again, and she didn't answer. So then I contacted the East Carroll Medical Clinic because she had an appointment at 2:30. And I said, and this was like 3:45 or something. And I asked him, I said, my wife was supposed to have an appointment. Is she still there? And I gave him her name, and she's like, well, she never checked in. And so then I tried to call a couple more times, and I was real worried at that point. So I called Deputy Harris, who was my neighbor, and he said he was almost home, that he would go check. So he got there, and he said that no one was answering the door. Her vehicle was there. I was like, well, please go inside. The door is unlocked. He went inside, was calling her name. I said, the bedroom's in the very back of the house. And her name's Crystal. And so he's calling Crystal. And
were you still on the phone?
I was still on the phone with him. And he opened the door, and he said, Crystal. And then he, at that point, he said, Tony, I'm sorry to tell you that she is deceased. And so then I rushed home.
Where were you
I was at the bowling alley, or our karate school.
Okay.
I was at the karate school, and because we had class tonight, and so I was there waiting for her to get there, and she wasn't there by 4 o'clock. Then that's when I really started panicking, because she had been dealing with some depression, and like I said, that's what she was going to the doctor for.
That was her
appointment to go for the depression. She was on Abilify, and Amy Hale took her off of it, which is her doctor, and so now, and she was trying to come on. She said, I don't feel well, and I told her to call this morning. She set the appointment this morning, and so
she made the appointment for 2:30 this morning. Okay. When you talked to her on the phone at 10, how did she sound?
It took her a couple rings to actually get it, and I was like, she's like, hey, and I was like, hey. I said, what you doing? She's like, I was in the living room, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, sounded like you were asleep, and she's like, no, I wasn't asleep. I was just in the living room. So, and I talked to her. We sat on the phone for a few minutes, and she really wasn't saying anything, because I talk to her while I drive a lot, and I talk to her while she's driving, and I was like, all right, well, I said, I'm gonna get off here. You can get back to what you were doing. And she's like, okay. And I was like, I love you. And she said, I love you. And that's the last time I talked to her.
What handguns were available to her in the bedroom?
I don't know if in her purse there was a 9mm. I don't know if that's the one she used, but there was also a 45 on the nightstand. And that's the gun case was locked because I lost the key. So it was either the 9mm or the 45.
Okay.
Was available.
It was, I think, a ECS.
Yeah, it's that was the one she had. Yeah.
Frame. So that gun belonged to her.
Yes. Well, it was in my name, but that was the one she carried for protection.
Okay. And I talked to Deputy Crimes called while we were working the scene, and he told me that he had talked to you there at the karate school this afternoon. Did you see him at the high school?
Yeah, I was at the high school when I talked to him.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance handyman. AC repair, pretty much anything.
Okay.
I do a lot of work. I do all the air conditioning and refrigeration for the school system.
Okay. Was Crystal right or left-handed?
She was right-handed.
Okay. All right. I believe that is all the information that I'm going to require from you, Tony. Is there anything that you would like to add or take away from the statement you've given me this evening?
I don't believe so.
Okay. In that case, we'll end this statement. Time now is 18:52 hours.
Quick question. When is it that a person who is being questioned by law enforcement is allowed to take away from any statement?
I don't think that's ever been a thing. If you let that recording keep going, at the very end, they think it stops recording. But Tony goes on to say she battled depression her entire life. It's the only thing her mama ever gave her.
Okay, let me play it.
depression all her life. That's pretty much the only thing Mama gave to her was depression.
That's what pissed me off, was the fact that he said that's the only thing her mom ever gave her was depression.
And another quick question here. In this interview, where Tony is providing a statement, when a person is being questioned, I feel that when you are in for questioning, doesn't that questioning typically last an hour or longer, depending on how many questions law enforcement is supposedly allegedly to have for you?
Yes, they should have asked him about his whereabouts that day, everything. This is ridiculous.
Right. So he should have been questioned in a sense of, okay, tell me your steps from 8 a.m. when you left the house.
What time did you put your underwear on?
Right. What time did you put your underwear on? What time did you put your shoes on and walk out that door? And what time was your last phone call to her? What time? What did she say on this phone call? And also, why did you not get his phone? To determine if there was any communications with her within the time frames and place it to the time. Because first of all, they had the times mixed up on her time of death. They said it was 11 a.m. and then 4, what was it, Jenna, 4 something?
5:05 p.m.
And if you listen to his voice, he's cold, he's calloused. He didn't even know his wife.
And let's give you guys the shocker of this. This interview took place how long after her passing?
An hour and 40 minutes.
An hour and 40 minutes, and it's already ruled a suicide. Self-inflicted without a autopsy.
Yeah, the police report hadn't even been written yet. The coroner hasn't even closed out his case. Like, none of it's been written yet, and it's already ruled that.
An hour and 40 minutes after she was found. And the way
and let's not forget when Jana was standing there, they whispered to him, "We still have to get an autopsy done."
Yeah.
Right in front of Jana, quietly, as if like, you know, we know it's still alive, but just remember, we still got to get an autopsy. Like, hint, hint. Shit's so infuriating.
Yeah, so can you talk a little bit about that, Jana, about when you went to the scene, what they were saying and what they ddid?
Yeah, so I pulled up to the scene and I was immediately met by Tony, and I despise him. I've despised him since day one. I'm not like silent about that. I just don't like him. And he gave me this big hug and he told me it was a single pew pew wound to the head. He automatically knew that. And so I walked to the crime scene tape, and these cops are people. They weren't really cops, it was coroners and whatever. They were talking to his family. His entire family was there. His mom, his dad, his cousins, brothers, sisters, literally everybody. So they approached me and they're telling me how depressed my sister was, how they were sending her funny memes and she wasn't laughing at them, how she just hadn't been herself. And I'm like, I talked to her like 3 or 4 days ago. Like, she was fine. Like, literally talked to her on the phone. And they were telling me all of these things, and none of it is making sense to me. And we're about 15 minutes in to me standing there, them talking to me, and me just not saying a word. Tony looks at me and he says, "I hate to ask you this, but do you want to have her funeral here in Oak Grove or in Bastrop, which is where I live?" And I said, "What?" He said, "Do you want to have her funeral here or in Bastrop?" And I said, "Bastrop. Like, her body hasn't even been brought out. I don't even know if this is real yet." And I brought, the coroner comes over a few minutes later, tells Tony, "We still have to send her body off for an autopsy." And so in my mind, I'm thinking, was there a conversation had that you weren't going to send her body off for an autopsy? Why are you saying you still have to do it? And then maybe 10 minutes pass and the coroner comes over and says, "We're about to bring her out." Tony looks at me and says, "Jana, you don't need to see her like this." And I turn around and I said, "See her like what, Tony?" Like, have you seen her? Because that's the impression it gave me. And so his cousin came, and I don't know her name. I think it's in the files, but she held my hand and she said, "You don't need to do this by yourself." So I watched them bring her out in the bag, and I wanted so hard to unzip it or touch it or
I'm
whatever,
sure there's
but I knew if I
a
did,
Google, a YouTube for an old ass garage door opener.
but I knew they would they would say I contaminated the crime scene, so I didn't touch it. And then I left. But that night, I texted the sheriff where I live because I did some internship hours for my undergrad degree with him. And I told him, I was like, it's out of your jurisdiction, but I lost my sister tonight in West Carroll Parish. These are the things that bothered me. And I listed those things that bothered me. I said, can you call over there and have them investigate this as a homicide until you can prove that it's not? And he said, yes. He said, I'm flying in tomorrow. I'll give him a call. He did. He told them, he's like, this girl, she knows the ins and outs. Like, we taught her everything. She's going to ask questions. And she's going to want this investigated as far as it can be investigated. And because I had that done, the lead detective told my oldest brother that I was a troublemaker because I questioned his investigation. So he's never spoken to me at all.
So what really happened in this parish?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ling Ling.
So I have, two things. Over here in Australia, we have the Police Corruption Commission. I don't know if you have anything like that over there. The family. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I know what you mean, but nothing exists like that over here. I can only hope and pray.
Because you can actually request an inquest into the investigation. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if that happens over there. Might be something you could look into. And also, I fall asleep to police interrogations and police interviews, and I can tell you that everything that guy did was wrong. Everything was wrong. He never should have said it was self-inflicted. He should have got all of the information first. He should never have disclosed anything about a weapon being used. The coroner shouldn't even have spoken.
The coroner hadn't even written his report before this interview.
This is insane. These police should never have said anything to you or to anyone else. And it should have been kept under wraps. This is crazy.
So the coroner's report was even worse than the police reports. The coroner's report has her date of birth wrong. It has her born in 2020. Her date of death wrong. It says she passed in 2019 or something like that. It has hair color, eye color wrong. It has medical conditions listed that she didn't have, like atrial fibrillation, seizures, pneumonia, diarrhea. It has that listed.
What the hell?
It has the time that she passed. Her time of death is 10:35 a.m. is typed in there. Then somebody took a black pen, crossed it out, and then hand wrote 5:05 p.m. in there. The coroner's report is completely wrong. It's just, and so the coroner is actually deceased now. He went to jail for DV of his wife, and it was caught on camera. And then he passed away a month later. So there's actually a new coroner in his place. I talked to her, did a FOIA request. She gave me the actual case file with everything in it, including the original police report we thought we would never see again. And she's the only one that could actually turn it from self-inflicted to, undetermined. So she's working with vital records right now. I think she has until the middle of January to look at all the evidence and see if it can be swayed either way because of the errors on the death certificate. There's hope for that, and that's what I'm hoping for. But I can't be mad at her if she doesn't, because there might not be enough evidence. I don't know. But there is a new coroner.
If she's new, she doesn't know this case. So it's going to be hard for her without a physical being there, so that she can't do it herself.
Well, it's the errors on the death certificate. For example, my sister, clearly in the crime scene photos, was found laying on her left side. Well, on her death certificate, it says the descendant was found laying on her right side.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, clear errors. they don't make sense. Like you can't. I don't know how they even signed off on it. And it has time of death. Teddy. There's the time she was found is 5:05 p.m. But her time of injury is 11 a.m. But
Now, do you mind,
that
Jana, if I play that
mhm.
news interview? And
Oh no, play whatever.
I want you guys to hear something. In this news interview, they actually also speak with a detective, okay? A retired detective. And I want you guys to hear exactly what this news interview says. I'm going to go ahead and play that and let you guys hear it for yourself.
On the morning of February 9th, 2023, Crystal Jones made a doctor's appointment, but she never made it. Some say the investigation into her death is riddled with mistakes. Now, almost 2 years later, the family says they are haunted by questions that may never be answered. A West Carroll Parish Sheriff's deputy found Crystal Jones dead inside her home after Crystal's husband, Tony, called the deputy asking him to conduct a welfare check. According to the investigative report, just hours later, the chief deputy interviewed Crystal's husband for the first time.
I'll be taking the statement from Tony in reference to a self-inflicted gunshot wound of his wife, Miss Crystal McCrory Jones.
Crystal's sister Jana believes it should have been investigated more before the sheriff's office declared it a suicide.
It took them 7 minutes to interview him. And in that 7-minute interview, they mentioned that it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Eventually, reports did come back. According to letters sent to state police from Jana's lawyers, those reports were full of errors and discrepancies. Jana says one glaring mistake made her question the entire investigation. The investigative report states law enforcement never found the shell casing. The husband did a week later. But Sheriff Matthews says the casing is pictured in the crime scene photos.
That's when I said something is wrong, because he said that casing was plain as day in a crime scene photo that 5 sets of eyes had missed, and it wasn't there. It's in no crime scene photos.
As the investigation continued, Jana says the amount of errors kept piling up. According to the case file, the ballistics report misidentified the gun. You can see on the ballistics report, it identifies the gun as a Ruger EC9. But if you check the serial number, it's actually an LC9. The coroner's report had multiple mistakes, including Crystal's name being misspelled, incorrect birth and death dates. The time of death was scratched out and changed, and health conditions were listed that Jana says Crystal did not have.
It also listed that she had pneumonia and seizures. My sister never had any of those medical problems.
I talked to a retired police chief with over 20 years of experience in police work. He says when simple details are incorrect, it raises questions.
I don't want to criticize another law enforcement agency or somebody that's in that business, but the truth is the truth. And if you don't do a thorough job and get all the details right that are obvious, that would cause me to ask a lot of questions.
According to the case file, there was no canvassing of the area, no interview with neighbors, and there were less than 40 photos taken of the scene. In some photos, the family dog could be seen on the bed with the body.
They would handle things totally different if it was their loved one. I think that they just messed up from the very beginning.
Feeling like the West Carroll Sheriff's Department failed in their investigation, Jana reached out to one of the leading cold case private investigators in the country.
I believe the steps that were taken in Jana's sister.
Now, mind you guys, the woman that is getting ready to speak is a cold case investigator in the nation. Take a listen to what she has to say.
First case has caused concern in the community, as it should. And that takes away the credibility of the sheriff.
We reached out to the West Carroll Sheriff's Department with requests for their policies and procedures to investigate homicides, suicides, gunshot deaths, as well as securing and photographing crime scenes. In an emailed response to KNOE, Sheriff Matthews said, quote, "We did not deny your request. We simply did not have that information to provide to you."
You got to have policies and procedures and protocols for how you go about doing things. There are certain steps that are just certain steps. I don't care if it's in Louisiana or Michigan or wherever it is. There are certain steps that you go through to to develop a profile.
Now tell me why that the sheriff couldn't provide policy and procedure for investigating a suicide or a homicide.
Because he said he didn't have them. They don't have a policy and procedures manual. And unfortunately, the parish that I live in, I asked my sheriff, do we have a policy and procedures manual for investigating, unattended deaths? And you know what he told me? No.
They absolutely do. They absolutely
yes.
do.
Yeah, and I'm like, how can you not have a policy and procedures manual? And that is what I'm fighting for, is that every investigation should be it should be treated exactly the same. You cannot not have a policy and procedures manual for that.
Correct.
What is the name of that sheriff's department again, really quick?
It is West Carroll.
Parish.
West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Department, with the phone number being 318-428-2331. And that is why we are bringing this to light to TikTok again, because TikTok, I know you know what we all need to do. And I do have
the word, sorry, excuse me, Carol, like the name Carol?
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I do have the phone numbers on the screen, guys. I have the district attorney's office, Pennywise Douchier, or however you say her name. Okay. It is 318-728-3166, in the Attorney General's office of Louisiana, Liz Merle, 225-326-6079. I do believe that we need to start flooding these phone lines, and we need to seek answers. We can't just continue to let this go cold and nobody have to answer. Hello, Tats.
Hello. Sorry, I had my mic off.
There's no way.
I put an email in the chat for anybody that wants to email the Attorney General. I tried. If you guys want to try, her email, if you want to screenshot it, is right there. You can have at it. I do ask that you be cordial. Just ask for help and tell them your thoughts. The nicer we are to them, I guess, the more apt they are to help. But tell them your concerns. I mean, tell them that it just doesn't make sense.
Hey, Kristen.
Oh, girl, I'm already on it. Don't even get me started.
Okay, can we have a phone call real quick? Not to leave you guys out of this, but can we have a phone call real quick?
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back, y'all.
Absolutely. This needs to be flooded. Thank you, Tats and Kristen. I appreciate both of you so much. The email to the Attorney General's office is Murrell, MURRILLE at ag.louisiana.gov. This needs to be looked at. There's no way that this woman, you're going to convince me ever that she unalived herself based upon every piece of investigation. If the investigation was thoroughly, then why did you get her name wrong? Why did you get her date of birth wrong? Why was things on her report wrong?
Right. Somebody is asking if I can tell about his previous marriages.
Yeah, that's what I was about to bring up to you.
Yes.
Yeah, he was married twice before. He has 2 children, but he wasn't married to either one of their moms. So the 2 ladies he was married to, he doesn't have kids with. I talked to both of them. And I won't say their names because they're both scared to death of him. But they both left him for the exact same reason, and that's because they discovered his interest in underage girls. Through Snapchat, through social media, they discovered that, and they left him. The second wife took everything he had, like the rental property they had, vehicles. She took everything. But unfortunately, they couldn't. The families didn't want to fight and prove the underage girls things. The families of the girls didn't want to fight, or they were close to 17, which is the age of consent in Louisiana. Like, he knew what he was doing. So they didn't fight for it. So he's never been convicted of anything, but he has that same interest in underage girls. which blows my mind. Which makes me wonder: did my sister find out something like that about him? Is that why she logged into his computer?
Correct. And the biggest thing too, guys, I'm going to ask each of you, if you call these phone numbers, please be respectful for the family. We don't want to hinder anything. We only want to help. We want Crystal's case to get justice. And if you guys want to, you can go over to my Crime Insight with Dora on Facebook. I do have a template that you guys can go off of when you are writing or calling. It's very respectful. I did start tagging everybody in it last night. So if you want to tag people in that as well, you can. So the template is of her photo. And it's "We the Concerned Citizens are and supporters of justice in Oak Grove and across Louisiana are urging authorities, including West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Office, District Attorney's Office, state oversight bodies to thoroughly review the case of Crystal McCrory Jones." There is a template there. You can use that template, go off of that when you are making these phone calls or you are emailing them. It is Crime Insight with Dora on the Book of Faces. You can go copy that template and read it as you are calling or send an email. It is Crime Insight with Dora. And I did go ahead and tag a bunch of people in that as well. Last night we were tagging till 3 a.m. Tagging the president, the vice president. We're tagging everybody. Somebody needs to put this on their table and somebody needs to look at this. There's no way that this was done properly or thoroughly.
And I do want to add that Dora had over 800 people in her live last night at 3:05 in the morning. We stayed up and we were just talking about Crystal, and Pappy brought up that we needed to talk about Crystal and who she was, not just about her case, but who she was, when she was here with us. And so I thought that, the numbers in the live would drop because, it's true crime. You want to hear about the case. In my mind, people want to hear about the case. They don't want to hear about who a person was. I was wrong. The numbers went up. People stayed and people listened. And I was telling my husband, because he can't hear what you guys say because I have my earbuds in, but he can hear what I say. So I was telling him why I switched. I switched from talking about what happened to her to more about her. And so, Pappy, I can't thank you enough for that because that does my heart good. But there was 800 people in this live listening to that at 3 o'clock this morning.
Yes, exactly. And I am grateful for that. And I'm grateful that all of you guys are here listening about her story. We need to push her out there. We need to be writing. We need to be calling. We need to get somebody to investigate this case thoroughly and properly and take the proper steps to look at this case. This is not a case that we feel at all. If you look at the file, you look at the things, you hear the things, you're looking right at it. You're seeing that it's clear that this was not a proper investigated case. And we're here to seek justice, and we won't go away. We won't stop. There is no stopping. There is no silencing the world of TikTok and the possibilities of social media. We all know that social media can go very far. Look how it got us in the Rebecca K. Parks case. We can also get justice in Crystal's case. Sign the petition on change.org. All we can do as the public is to pressure her story, ask the questions, tag them, call the Attorney General's office, call the district attorney.
And I need to get the Louisiana State Police's email, my phone number, because we can do the same thing for them. I mean, they have oversight, they have internal affairs. They could, if it's corruption, if it's malfeasance, they have the authority to step in if they want to. But
I'm putting together a whole list, Jana, for my video. So
you're the best.
The page will be on there where everybody can grab all the numbers, email addresses, everything.
Also, I do want to announce, if you don't mind, Kristen, your page over on the Book of Faces as well. If you guys also follow Kristen on the Book of Faces, it is called Bench Slapped TV. Make sure you guys go over there and follow that page on the Book of Faces as well. She has also shared out Crystal's story. Let me tell you, this morning I was desperate to get into the Facebook groups in Louisiana and in Oak Grove. I was able to get into 4 of them, and I shared Crystal's story in each of those. So I am working today to pressure out the story. I'm going to share it all over Louisiana. I don't care where it is. If you guys share it and pressure it more and more and more and capture the attention, she's going to get justice.
I got my family into Ritter talking about it too.
Guys, right now, if we could, I would love for her to take about 3 minutes right now to do what we did last night. Let her share who Crystal was.
Yes.
Because that connection and that communication, we're not just talking about a victim here. We are talking about a human being. Where did she go?
She's requesting backup. Okay, they got her.
But I think it's vital. I think it's important. And watch what happens down in the chat when she starts talking, because I want this place flooded with purple hearts.
Absolutely. We want you guys to hear who Kristen was before her passing, not just her passing. We want you to know her personality.
Before you start with that, though, I do also want to mention, hi, my name's Megan. I've worked with Jana a lot on Crystal's case. I have a nonprofit that helps in these manners, and while you guys are advocating for all of this, in the same time, if you come across any medical examiners or crime scene recreation persons, CSIs, anybody like that, please ask them to get in contact with Jana and then with me if they can volunteer some of their time and experience. I've done a lot of the work. I just need someone who can say, like, hey, I'm experienced in this, and these things aren't crazy, because anyone can do a ton of work, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the additional education and certificates and stuff behind you, it doesn't mean as much. You know what I mean? So just if you come across anyone like that who would like to help with that, then please send them to Jana.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Megan. That is awesome to hear as well. So yes, and we are also looking for a what was it, Jenna, yesterday? Somebody to test the pew pew.
Yeah, so ballistics expert, firearms expert, whatever you want to call them.
I am happy to donate all of my time, not all of it, but just for people who don't know me. Yeah.
You're donating all your time.
Who don't know me, I have a degree in criminology, a master's degree in legal studies. I teach law at the university level. I write for a living. I'm a full-time paralegal, but this...
Let's get together, because I've done, you can ask Jana, I did an entire recreation of everything, and I had a mannequin head and did all the trajectory stuff, but like I said, I need other eyes on it who aren't just me.
Megan,
to be able to see these things.
We'll reach out to you, because Tats and I that's why we hopped off, was to have a conversation, and there's a lot of inconsistency. So for those that don't know, I'm a legal consultant. So I own a legal consulting firm. I get brought in on complex litigation cases, criminal cases, family and civil rights cases. So again, I don't want to talk about it on this panel just because it's stuff that not everybody else has. I'm sure you have it, but I do want to go and talk about what we've seen in the autopsy, because it's not what it seems at all.
No, not
by
at all.
Any stretch of the imagination.
I just want to go in front of all of you and say apologies to Kristen for screaming at her on the phone.
She goes, "What is this bullshit?"
So y'all were able to see.
I was like, I told you, now you know why I've been so mad.
Yeah, it's and I was gonna say too, Jana, I don't know if didn't they give the gun back to him or something though?
Yeah, the gun's been given back to him, but I own it now.
Okay, so what kind of testing are you wanting done?
It should have red stuff all over it.
Yeah.
And there's nothing. There was no red stuff all over it.
Oh,
or
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
inside that we know of. If it actually was done at that close of range, it should be on there.
Correct.
Not to mention the actual BULLET had nothing on it except drywall, which doesn't make.
Well, you have to say, other than, you have to also consider the pillow, though. So just to look at it from both sides of the spectrum, you know, I try to be devil's advocate as well, just in case.
That's all I do is, but
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's all I do. But that won't matter the way that it was found. It wasn't. It's not like it went through the middle of a pillow. It was.
I have a big
the
problem with the pillow.
It was the edge of a pillow.
Correct. And then with the fact that the BULLET was in the wall and came out with drywall and no red stuff. First of all, if it's at that close of a range, it's going to be all over it and the weapon.
Right. Well, and I wondered, Jana, do you know, do they have body cam footage from that day?
No, nobody had a body cam. I don't even know if that
It
department
was a
owns body cam
resource
footage.
officer. It was a school resource officer who went in. He don't wear a body camera.
No, but the police that investigate it should.
Well, they should, but
I'm sorry. What investigation are we talking about? Because last time I checked, there was no investigation.
they went in with a
Well, you know,
iPhone
they
and
walked
took a
around
few
the room.
pictures.
They walked around the room. They said hi to the dog, took a couple pictures, and left.
And then, like,
But
what
those
was the point
pictures
of the
are valid.
bathroom pictures? I'm sorry.
I
Like,
have no idea, other than maybe they were like, oh.
You took
look.
pictures of the bathroom, but you didn't take pictures of anywhere else in the house. It's
They thought they
crazy.
were really doing something, though. Like, they didn't take any measurements of anything to show, like, this is where in the wall it was.
And why
I mean,
why wasn't that bullet measured?
Thing is, if you really look at those pictures, they're telling you a lot.
Yeah, nothing was measured. They didn't show you,
Yes,
you know,
sassy.
whenever they moved the pillows and stuff out of the way, and it looks like they moved the bed. They didn't show you, you know, how they moved the bed or how much they moved. I mean, anything.
Well, and
why
let's
was the
also
dog
talk
left in
about.
the room?
Let's also
And
talk
I'm sorry,
about
guys.
how
Just
it's
Megan.
moved. And not
Megan
only
doesn't
that,
know me. Megan, I'm not being abrupt. This is just my tone of voice when I'm frustrated with a case. So if I seem like I'm coming off like, no, that's not that's not my intention at all.
Oh,
girl.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
She's lying.
I'm just
She's
like
a total
this
bitch.
Shut up. This whole thing is so mad.
No, it frustrates me too. So my mom was also the same thing, the M word, and her case was closed, and I was able to get it back open, and her husband is in jail now for the M word. So
for
obviously, you know, this is very upsetting, and it's just obviously the officers and everything don't make it any better.
No,
As,
because
know,
how
their
can you walk
attitudes
in
with everything? Mm-mm.
an hour later determined it is suicide? There was no autopsy done. There was nothing. You're taking pictures of her makeup case. You're taking pictures of the bathroom sink, the bathtub, the dog in the bed with her.
Which was really clean, by the way. The bathroom was spotless.
Immaculate.
And then cremated her really fast.
Right.
Which she did not want. She wanted a burial.
Right. That has my mind going insane.
And let's talk about how he was allowed to burn the headboard and the pillow 2 days later.
What?
Yeah.
What? Are you
Oh,
serious?
you didn't know that?
No.
Yes, he was allowed to burn everything.
Oh my god.
Like I
Mattress,
can't with
pillows, sheets.
Who gave him permission to do that?
And
Law
let's not
enforcement.
also forget that just a couple of days after her passing, his Google searches, how long should you wait after your spouse is dead to date again?
Who gave him permission to do that, and is it in writing?
Nobody, I'm sure. But isn't that so odd? Because wouldn't you be like, oh.
No, they said law enforcement gave him permission.
Do we have that in writing?
Who said
Janet?
that? Law enforcement. Oh, No, my thing too is with officers, because obviously, like, I'm definitely not fond of them. Like in my mom's case and stuff, I had to work with prosecutors in order, you know, for the prosecutors to then tell the officers to do their job. So my thing is, if you're so dead set on this being a S word, okay, then why haven't you done everything in your power to explain it to Crystal's family by doing the reconstruction, by doing this, by doing all of these different things, if you're so sure? But the thing is, they're not. That's why they're like, oh, well, the case is open, but we're not going to do anything.
They reopened the case so Crystal couldn't file for the paperwork. That's the only reason.
Exactly. And that's honestly probably the only reason why it's open, is because they don't want to have to deal with giving over the files.
And they can keep it open until the sheriff gets ready to retire. He's hoping by then the family would have backed off and he can close the case and retire peacefully with his pension.
They can't still keep it open even after he retires?
Hey, Jana.
I mean, they could.
I'm here.
Jana, do you have that in writing where he got permission from law enforcement to burn?
I don't, but I've never specifically asked for it. But because if I don't specifically ask for something, then they don't give it to me. I have to ask for word for word. So if I ask for any communication between in the case between Tony Jones and the deputies involved in a FOIA request, then they can't really deny it. Well, I guess they could because the case is still ongoing and it's being, quote, investigated. So I guess they could now.
I have one other question. So you did an open record request. They responded to you and said the case is open and we can't give you anything. Is that correct?
So no, I did my public records request for everything. I got everything. My attorneys got everything. It was when Sheila Wysocki, the cold case analyst out of Tennessee, did her open records request. But what she requested was the backgrounds of all the law enforcement officers involved in Crystal's case, like their history, their trainings, what they were certified in. When she did that records request, that's when they said that the sheriff's attorney got involved and said that her case remains open without a formal disposition to avoid giving her that information. So they were good with giving me everything involved in the case, but they didn't want to give the backgrounds of their law enforcement officers.
Do you still have that, or do you have that in writing?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in something that I haven't seen yet?
Yeah, it's in there.
It's in there.
It should be in there. If it's not in there, then I have it. I'll put it in there. I just put the date in there and then upload it and attach it, just like I did the other ones.
That's all the questions I have for now. I do have an appointment at 4. I'm gonna have to hop off. But Jana, if you have time, maybe tomorrow, do you mind having a phone call with me?
No. It could be later this afternoon. I have a phone call in an hour and a half with there was a murder that was ruled self-inflicted that was solved on Christmas Day here in Louisiana due to a nephew fighting for his aunt. And I contacted him yesterday on the Book of Faces, and I was like, would you want to talk? And he's like, absolutely. He's like, if we're not here to support each other, then what are we here for? And he agreed to talk at 4 my time, which is like an hour and a half. But I'm free after that or tomorrow. I don't have anything to do other than laundry.
I'll send you my number in the email.
Perfect.
And also, in this file, also, Jana, was this a recorded phone call between the sheriff and yourself?
Okay, so if you listen to that, all right, that's going to make you madder than anything else on the face of this planet, because he accuses me, basically, of forging the death certificate.
What?
So, yeah, so
is that something you're okay with playing on here?
Oh God, yeah. I'm completely fine, because he goes through some evidence that we gave him, some stuff like a trip to Hawaii that I gave him receipts from, because it looked like Tony had booked a trip to Hawaii, and then there was some storage units being bought in Tennessee that we had receipts. So he goes through some of that information. Then we get to the real reason I wanted him to call me, which was I got her death certificate in the mail, and her time of injury was 11 a.m. And we told him if that time of injury lined up and it was anywhere between 10 and 11 a.m., we were going to have a lot of questions. And whenever I told him that, he becomes irate. He says, ma'am, he said, I can line up 10 professionals right now and they can tell you there's no way you can determine a time of death in your sister's case. He said, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but there's no way. And he said, who signed off on that? and so I have to go find it because that was like in my car.
Oh wow!
And
So we're gonna play that little exhibit.
it's gonna make you angry, and you're gonna cuss a lot of cuss words, and you can laugh because it makes me laugh because of how calm I am, because I knew I was being recorded. Um, but yeah, it's gonna make you mad.
And he knew he was being recorded?
Oh, absolutely not. We're in a one-party state. No, he had no idea he was being recorded. That's why he doesn't make statements because he can't take it back. Like, you literally basically accused me of forging a death certificate.
Gotta love someone who knows the party state rules.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why he's recorded and the DA's recorded, because I looked up like the rules beforehand. I'm like, I wonder if like we have to have permission from both parties. And when I realized we're a one-party state, I was like, I'm not telling him anything. So I had a recording device. I used an old iPhone, put it on speakerphone, and recorded everything.
Well, that's great. I guess we're going to get into Exhibit 14 then.
Yeah.
All right, let's start this one.
All right, before you guys start, I'm going to say goodbye. Jana, I sent you my my number by email.
Perfect.
Oh, email me or get a hold of me as well if you would.
Is your email on your bio?
I will go add it to my bio.
Well, if it's easier for you, there's a link in my bio for you to send me a case or a question to Tats, and you can send me it that way. All right. I love you guys.
Thank you, Tats.
Love you,
Thank
Tats.
you so much.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to pop in, but I got to pop back out for a call.
All right. Thank you, Tats.
Yep. And once again, Kristen, sorry for yelling at you.
Fine, I'm right there with you. I'm telling you, I told you. You are good. We have the same reaction. Did you see my message, Jana?
I did.
Yeah, that's what we were yelling about.
Yeah, I replied back to it. Like,
It's
the
opposite of what it should be.
That's what we've been screaming from day one. Like, that's why in that video, in the recording with the sheriff and my sister-in-law, that's why I got so heated, because she's a nurse practitioner and she knows a little bit about it. And she got irate with, because she's like, I know the difference. And
that's not what it's supposed to look like. And so for anyone who there's no way even a law enforcement officer looking at that should know better.
Yeah.
It's just
is it possible that the time of the unaliving was at like 10 something in the morning or 11? Because wouldn't he have been home then?
Well, we don't know because they didn't get her body temperature or anything.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
Which helps them determine the time. So I don't understand why he says you can't determine the time of.
Yeah, it's not like she was out in the woods for 3 days and animals were there and the weather. And no, she was in a controlled environment.
You can do a liver probe and find out the time.
No, these people are so. I literally had a prosecutor on my mom's case tell me that the fact that she was taken into the hospital at 95, like she was 95 degrees and she was dead, essentially. She was brain dead. They said that temperature wouldn't matter and that nobody would ever get up on stand and say what time they thought someone would die, like that someone had died, which is like the biggest load of BS I've ever heard.
I thought they used the time of death in all cases.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's like it's just crazy.
They put it on my sister's death certificate, and he said that they didn't. And I'm like, your coroner signed off on it, and he
marked through it.
Didn't. Yeah, and marked through it.
And they went by based off of the time, pretty much in the headboard photo, but that time's even wrong.
Right.
I mean, It's not even 5 o'clock yet in that picture. If you look at the alarm clock, which is most likely got the proper time on it because it's right above somebody's head in the bed they sleep in. And that's where you typically put an alarm clock to wake you up in the morning to get your day started. And you just wouldn't have the time wrong.
The fact of the matter is she didn't do this to herself. It's physically impossible the way that she was found and her injuries. And that's what infuriates me about this. And that's what we need to literally say to them is that this is an impossibility and you're either completely incompetent or you're stupid. And I'm going to go with the latter.
Would the pillow not completely, if she done it and held the pillow, which I feel if you get to that point in your life You're not giving a fuck, excuse my language, how loud that pew pew is when you pull that trigger.
I'm talking about the actual photos of the injuries close up. It's a physical impossibility.
Yes, exactly, Kristen. It's impossible.
It is a physical impossibility. And again, without saying too much because it's not TikTok friendly, it's just, it's physically impossible for her to have done that because the injuries do not match what they are claiming happened.
Correct. Now, this recording is what, an hour long?
You can skip through. I think it's 25 minutes long. You can skip through like the first few parts and get to where, like,
Was
I'm
this on
telling
February
y'all.
23rd?
No, this is.
Dora, that's the district attorney one that you're looking at.
That's the district attorney. Yeah, this is after that. This is like
March 21st or 29th?
Do the 29th. Like, no, do the 21st because I mentioned it to the district attorney, so it had to be the 21st.
So, Kristen, you guys want to hear this phone call?
Kristen's gonna yell bad words, and I'm gonna laugh.
Sure I am. Well, let's do it. I'm here for it.
Sarah Sue might even yell bad words, and she doesn't yell bad words often.
Oh yeah.
What?
I yell bad words a lot, so I'm just
gonna
yell
a lot of bad words.
I've got bad signal, so I can't talk very much, but I wanted to tell y'all I love y'all, and I can't stay on very long. But I love y'all, and thank you all for being here and supporting my friend Jana and Crystal. I love y'all.
Hello, you too, Sarah Sue.
We love you. Jackie said, say garage words. Y'all made me say garage words last night.
Hey, Sheriff Matthews.
Hey, how you doing this evening?
Oh, fighting allergies. How are you?
Oh, fine. I just come in the house. I've been outside in the yard working a little bit and just come in and checking my messages and what have you, and just to get settled down for the evening.
Yes,
so
sir.
I had kind of. I think the last conversation we had was that you were coming to get those documents, and I've had this information since then, and I guess had been somewhat waiting on you to come by and I can have this discussion with you. But two of the main most things that we talked about. One was the storage building in Tennessee.
Yes,
or the address. That's for the storage building that Tony has. That's where he makes his payment to.
Gotcha.
That's he actually said that Crystal, they had bought that, I don't know, a few months back, maybe. I'm not sure of the date, but that's what she had been storing some of her things, I guess you'd say, whatever. So that's where he makes the payment on that storage building, is that Tennessee address.
Gotcha.
And if you look at it, there's and again, don't quote me on this because it's been however long it's been since you've been in my office, 2 months.
Right.
So this is not fresh on my mind, but if you look at that, there's like 40 some odd payments.
Yeah, it was like 48 payments. It kind of confused me because it just said, I had one, so it just made me think it was the first payment.
So that's the deal with that. There's no storage unit in Tennessee anywhere. That's where the payment goes for the storage building that they have on site. Gotcha. Or at his house. The other issue was the Hawaii thing, the rental car.
Yeah.
I think.
Right.
That's a straight up spam message.
Gotcha.
Email message that. And here's how I'm going to relay that. Chief Deputy Irby has got like 6 email addresses. I have multiple addresses myself, and I went and pulled those old email addresses up that I haven't checked in years, and so did Alan. And there's, I'm not going to say the same exact email, but there's very similar emails that have been sent that says, hey, you have a trip planned, or here's your
here's your we need confirmation on your. There is no Hawaii trip.
Right.
They're plain and simple. I don't mind coming out to. There is no Hawaii trip. Unless you're telling me that he's currently in Hawaii or he's scheduled to leave next week, there is no Hawaii trip. Okay. I don't. Again, it's been 2 months since I looked at this, so refresh my memory on any of the other things that you brought me, and
the only other thing was the CPS reports. Contacting the ex-wife about the CPS charges.
Okay. So there is no outstanding protective order for anybody under CPS. There never was one.
Okay.
There was, and again, please don't quote me on this because I'm not looking at this file. I'm standing in my kitchen here, and there is no issue with CPS.
Okay.
And again, when I go in the office in the morning and refresh myself with that particular issue, I'll certainly give you a call. But I don't want to say anything that's going to be out of line here because I don't remember. I just remember that Alan talked to a CPS representative there, and you guys had told me that there was a protective order in place, I think.
Yeah.
Is that?
We had the issue just because we didn't know that there were a couple of cases where he had been found guilty with CPS about underage girls, and it just never went any further.
No, that is not the case.
Okay.
That is not the case. He has never been charged with anything. He's never been. He has never been investigated by any agency whatsoever, including CPS.
And then the other issue was just the timeline where he was whenever she passed away, and I think that was the main thing.
Okay, so and again, I'm not looking at this, so just bear with me. I'm trying to go off of memory here that he did some work at Forest School that day.
Well, first he went to Bastrop.
Okay.
And then he drove past their house, and he actually drove to the sheriff's department.
I can't say whether that's
okay.
I don't know. Why would he have come to my office? Do you know?
I have no idea. That's just what the address that was pinned on his location, the timeline location. It says work, and it was 305. Whatever Main Street or East, whatever that is. Like I said, if you want to take a look tomorrow, just call me back. That was just the main thing was the CPS and the timeline.
And so, and again, he could have very easily come out of office, but that also brings up the other issue where you questioned whether he was parked at some storage buildings for a great length of time. Well, those storage buildings are right beside the karate school.
Right.
That's why it showed his vehicle there. They're within spitting distance of the karate school. They're right there.
Right, but this is just his phone is pinging there, not necessarily his vehicle. It's just the he said he told us he was at Forest High School all day, and so the difference in the timeline that was on his where it pinged his phone, at Sonic, at Walmart. He actually didn't make it to Forest High School till around noon. So that's just, I guess that was our main concern was after, we had to pay for the death certificate. He didn't turn one over to us. And, the time of death was the time that he was passing by their house. And I'm not...
There is no time of death. There's that, and if you're looking at a death certificate that's got a time of death on it, there is absolutely no way that anybody could put an exact time of death on it. I don't care who they are, and I don't mind telling you that.
That's complete
the dumbest
bullshit.
shit I've ever heard in my life.
Certainly certainly, there's no way that they could make a determination. Tell me what time is on the certificate.
11 o'clock.
And who would have put 11 o'clock on? Who put that on there?
I just ordered it off the Vita check through the state.
What I'm saying is who signed off? And
they said that West Carroll had to have done the time of death.
West Carroll as in who?
The coroner's office.
No, absolutely false. Absolutely false. There's absolutely no way that any human being on this earth could say that she died at 11 o'clock. And listen, I hate to even be speaking in this tone of voice, but y'all.
Are you okay?
And I'm just telling you point blank. Okay?
Girl, I was about to say the same damn thing.
Absolutely no way that anybody within reason could say that she died at 11 o'clock.
I'm just telling you what I got in the mail day. I mean, I could send you the picture of it. It's just.
No, I don't need any of that.
Nope. Don't send me any proof. Nope.
There's absolutely no way. And if you go line up 10 professionals that are in the same business, all 10 of them are going to tell you.
Sir, don't threaten me with a good time.
Within a reasonable amount of time that somebody could say she died at 11 o'clock. It could have
Dora,
been
pause that for a minute.
It could have been 1 o'clock. So a 2-hour variance in y'all's mind is a big deal.
Right.
Am I right or wrong?
Right. I mean, I completely agree with that, without a doubt.
Okay. So to be able to say that she died at straight up 11 o'clock, and to compare that to a phone ping, that's ludicrous. I mean,
no, it's not. He's fucking ludicrous.
What is happening?
Well, that's my brother. Like I said, that's totally different. That's why I asked you to call me away from family, because he's approaching it in a way different way than I am. I mean,
and so
challenge accepted, sir.
To do that, hey.
And I couldn't tell you anything else about it because, like I said, I had to distance myself for my own sanity.
I understand.
I mean, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
So, but again, if I were looking at that death certificate and it said 11 o'clock,
right?
My first question would be, who determined that time? Did you determine that?
I'm gonna go grab it real quick. Let me see who it's. I just want to see who it's signed by.
Well, she's trying to ask him that, and he's telling her there's no way possible anybody could determine that.
And then he says, "No, don't worry about sending it to me because it's an impossibility." Like, what is happening?
Her calmness and demeanor through this whole conversation is miraculous.
Right.
Gianna, you're an absolute saint.
There's no way.
I would have lost my never-loving
shit.
shit.
Place from DeRitter?
Oh, it took everything I had, every ounce of everything I had to stay calm, because I knew I had him. When he told me that I was lying, I knew I had him.
That's what I had to do with the Sheriff Staley interview. I wanted to punch that man through the phone, and I had to stay calm. So I get it, but this guy's a moron.
Yeah, right now I'm looking through my stuff in my car to find the death certificate, and then in a second I'll find it and tell him it's his own coroner, and then he gets really angry.
Oh, all right. I'm here for it.
Crazy. Give me just a second, Sheriff Matthews.
I'm glad you didn't go to the bathroom and flush during this.
I should have.
I was gonna say I would have.
I should have done it just to do it.
We're 12 minutes in, and I am livid.
And listen, you just send that to me later.
I finally put my hands on it.
At best, a time like that is an estimation. And you feel free to call the coroner or even the pathologist, and pose that question to them. How can you determine a time of death? And at best, that is a purely speculated estimation.
Is he okay?
But to be able
No,
to
he's
say,
unstable.
okay, she died at 11, but his phone pinged at Bastrop at 12, or whatever the case may be.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, that's you're digging there. You're digging, and
No, you're not. If the phone is pinging at the house, he's clearly a suspect.
But this has been put on my lap, and I've got to. Okay. I want to be as perfectly honest with you as I possibly can be, and the things that y'all have brought forward to me are not valid, and they're irrelevant to this case. Okay? And I don't mind digging into anything that you bring me.
Well, it's in the hands of TikTok now.
To me, the emails and the Tennessee thing. This is
wild.
Absolutely no bearing on this case whatsoever.
I understand. This death certificate was signed by Devin George.
Oh my Lord! I don't think I can even sit through another 5 minutes of this shit.
Never heard of him.
Oh man!
It says state registrar.
Okay, that's going to be somebody with the state that has received and signed off on that death certificate. That's not anybody with my office. That's not anybody in the to do with the coroner. That's going to be a clerk somewhere in a office that has received that report and has stamped it as being the official whatever, yada yada yada, whatever.
Right.
The official time of
you. It was another point I was going to make here, but I'm completely lost.
It says the certifier was Lewis Carter.
Lewis Carter is the coroner.
Okay.
Lewis Carter does not establish a time of death. Lewis Carter does not establish.
Are you okay?
Okay. Those are all things that the pathologist and the doctor that does the autopsy does.
Gotcha.
The doctor that does the autopsy. You realize coroners are called out for a reason, right?
So let me put it in perspective like this.
Oh my Lord!
Had a body been inside a home,
the coroner announces the time of
death
on the scene.
That's way,
if they can.
way beyond my 2 degrees for sure.
Okay, the answer to that is nothing.
Not all coroners are doctors. Ours in Clanton is a damn preacher.
You could say, okay,
I'm gonna lose my shit.
Maybe it was 11, but it could have been 1, or it could have been 9, or it could have been 2. There's absolutely no way without a witness to witnessing that. There's absolutely no way that you could say it was 11 o'clock. There's not.
Huh? Oh my God.
I'll try to answer any question that you may have. Please don't misunderstand me here.
The red stuff had been dried for a minute.
Y'all have brought forward have no validity to them as far as what has happened in this case.
I understand. I mean, like I said, it's things, different stories that he told. I mean, just even between us, I guess it just didn't sit well. And like I said, that's why me and my brother had distanced ourselves. We were getting told 2 different stories, just by him, and it just didn't make sense. So, he's doing whatever he's doing, and I just
I mean, just like I told you in that office, I just want answers. Even if it's answers I don't want to hear, I just want them. That's all.
And again, that's when I say I hate to be talking in this tone of voice. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving you the answers.
Right, and I don't mind.
You may not want to hear.
Right, and I don't mind hearing them, like at all.
You know, the same thing with the lady that you brought that day, and she was trying to tell me that the entrance room wound was on the opposite side of what it. Lady,
oh my God, because it is stupid.
How can you even?
I completely
I
understand.
can't with this man.
Like
I can't.
I told you from the beginning. If
I
there
can't.
The entrance wound. Hold on. Let me pause this fucking shit because I'm
Okay.
about to flip out.
Okay. Dora, Jana, do you mind if I show Dora what I'm talking about? Are you okay with that? Not all of them, just the
Go
one.
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna send you this picture here in a second, Dora, and I want you to look at this. Is the close up that's not in the original file that you had.
Okay.
It is an exit wound on the side that she was. So the entrance wound is on the side. Her head was laying on the pillow. The exit wound is on the outside that was facing up to the ceiling. And they're trying to claim that she did this to herself. Well, she can't do it that way because she was laying on the pillow. It's a physical impossibility. Not to be graphic, and Jana, I'm sorry, I love you
No,
with all my heart.
Kristen, I would never share
But
that,
I know
you
she
what
gets
I mean?
it. No, I get it. But I just have to say it like this. It blows out the other side.
Correct.
That
And if
would
you
not
look at
happen
the
from
picture,
an entrance wound.
Correct. And Kristen, look at
Hold
the
on, let
freaking
me send
picture
this. You gotta
in
see
the original file.
You gotta see what I'm talking about.
Up at the main top of the ear, that was the exit because that was all the
And
matter.
see, we just knew by the stitches. We knew by the stitches when we saw her at the funeral home when we were doing her makeup. The stitches were much longer and bigger on what was they said was the entry room.
I'm going to lose my
So that's how we
flipping
knew.
mind on this. What?
No, Dora, look at what I just sent you. Now you're really gonna lose your damn mind.
Okay, I gotta say something real quick. Okay, I know for a fact what he's saying is not true because first off, there's been many cases where somebody was pew-pewed and their death certificate is why they knew the exact time of death to say that if somebody was in another location, they said that they was over here at this time and there was no way they could do it. And then not long after they were arrested because the autopsy came back and said, well, actually she died or he died at this time.
Kristen.
And they knew that the original story was false. That is a lie. They absolutely know the time of death.
Girl, they use the time of death in every fucking case. Let's be real.
And if he is a sheriff, I'm sorry, this may make a lot of people mad, but he needs to lose his job because what he just did was absolutely unprofessional to victims and their families, and that is not excusable.
So guess what, TikTok?
And
We
you
need
know
to
what I
start
would have told
flooding
him?
the phone
And you
lines
burnt my
to somewhere
fucking
'cause
sister
I'm
before I could
pissed.
dig her up and get her back on the autopsy.
Did you see it, Dora?
It hasn't come through to me yet, babe.
That's what I would have said, Jana.
Well, here it comes.
First off, sheriffs are
Put
elected
her in the
officials.
crematory real quick so I couldn't get a proper autopsy done.
Exactly.
Sheriffs are elected officials. Y'all pay their salary, and if that's how they treat y'all, they need to be gone.
That's the side that was face up. It's a physical impossibility.
Oh.
That is the exit wound.
I see. That is the exit 100%.
Right. That's why Tats and I were yelling at each other on the phone.
That is the exit.
Okay, so let me.
The other side that is allegedly the exit was face down.
So now we are trying to say that she had the pew under the pillow that she was laying against the bed on?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Correct.
That's the only way that this is.
Let me tell you. She was laying
It would have
on
been
her
people.
left side on the bed. But tell us why the exit wound is on the opposite side. She didn't reach up and under the
And the
pillow to
pew
do it.
perfectly placed in her hand with the other pillow literally underneath her jaw. with a little bit of a singe on the
So
top
y'all are
of the
saying
pillow.
she would have had to shoot from up under the mattress.
Correct.
Right?
She would have had to put her hand all the way up and under the pillow and hold it above the ear on that side.
And she was right-handed, so that's physically impossible.
But yet still be laying on her other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was laying on her left side.
Bullshit.
And the right side was the entry or the
exit? The right side was the exit.
The side sticking like to the ceiling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nope. Bullshit.
No.
That's impossible.
The entry room.
And now I see exactly what Kristen's talking about.
Correct.
Oh my
god.
God.
The entry room.
I'm just trying to talk through this to give the people in the chat an idea because we cannot show these. Okay. She's laying on her left side in the bed. But yet she's right-handed, and they're saying that that's what the hand she used to do this with. And it goes up and under the pillow, turns impossible.
Correct. If she was going to pew herself in the head, right? She's laying on her left side. She has the pillow. Okay, so in order for her to physically do that, she would have had to reach up and under the pillow and pull the rigger under the pillow up through the left side.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm a visual learner. I'm sorry. I have to look.
And not only that, she would have had to been laying across the bed, not in the bed.
Correct. She would have had to be. She was already pictured, so I'm going to give you guys the visual of what we're seeing because we will not show these and cannot show these at all.
And guys, there was no splatter anywhere.
No splatter
anywhere.
The only part that had red stuff was the pillow and behind the pillow, like right in front of the pillow.
Yeah, guys,
of her
none of
left
these
side.
Pictures are being shown, so nobody has to worry about it. Not a single one of these pictures is being shown.
No graphics will be shown.
So you're saying...
Justin, can you demonstrate? Can you go lay on your left side?
Justin, lay down in that bed right now.
I'm trying to.
He's putting his phone up.
Yes, I want Justin to lay down.
I'm a visual learner. I have to.
I'm gonna expand Justin and have. So we're gonna demonstrate for you guys. I'm gonna expand Justin. Justin, lay on your left side with your one hand up on your mouth. Your that side. And put the pillow in front of you like where your mouth would be.
Okay. Lay on my left side.
Lay on your left side, put your hand up, and the pillow would need to be in front of you. On your left side.
But on the right side of the bed. No, lay on your left side, but on the right side of the bed.
Right side of the bed. Right there.
Right side of the bed, facing this wall, right?
No, facing the other wall.
Go on the other side of the bed.
Ah!
Right there.
Okay, I remember
that side.
Reversed.
Now lay on your left side.
Nope, the other side.
Other side.
You're gonna have to mirror. You're having to mirror because of how we're looking at it. There you go. Yes.
There you go. Now put your pillow in front of you.
Another pillow.
There you go. That's how she was.
But pretend like you're holding a pew also. With the other hand. No, the other hand.
The other hand.
The one that's, yes, this one.
All right. Now, in order for her to have done anything, she would have had to reach up and under this pillow because the exit wound is the side facing the ceiling.
Yet, hold on. Yet the BULLET was in the wall, guys, behind the headboard.
Correct.
So make it make sense. It's a physical impossibility, but for the wounds to match up, she would have had to go up underneath the pillow, and it would have been in the ceiling.
Right. So now the way she was laying is how Justin was laying.
I'm on my actual left side right now. It's mirror job. I'm on my left side. I'm right-handed. Even this way, it wouldn't have worked.
Now put the pillow close to your mouth.
But
And pointing
allegedly
down
she
a little
used her
bit.
left hand. She was right hand dominant, but allegedly used her left hand, and that's the hand that the pew pew was found in.
Correct.
But if she even went, if this is the exit wound, this way wouldn't have even been possible.
Correct.
Right. That's my point.
She would have had to do it pretty much like this, and then she would have been laying on top of it.
Now put the pillow, one top of the pillow up towards your mouth and the rest of it facing to the floor. Correct.
Yeah.
Right there. Now, her left hand was the one that she had the weapon in. Now, look at that and look how possibility, reach up and under that pillow to your head.
No, nope, can't do that though, because that's not how she was found. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't
Physically
work.
impossible.
Yeah, there's no way.
Anita, the computer found
She was sitting at the vanity though,
still in her.
and he came up with the pillow like this,
finger on the lever,
done his thing, and then set up the scene. That's what happened.
But now let's also talk about how her finger was perfectly hammered down on that rigger when she was found.
Yeah, because he put the finger there. That's where he wanted the finger to be. I'm a visual learner. I'm sorry.
Great acting skills, Justin. We're so proud of you.
Oh my gosh, that is awful.
But the exit wound was facing the ceiling.
Jenna, I am so sorry for your sister's death. That is awful.
the exit wound was facing the ceiling, but the projectile was in the headboard in the wall.
Correct.
Yes, guys, the pew pew was in her hand, perfectly placed in her hand, by the way. Jan, are you good, my love?
Teresa, these pictures are not posted.
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
No,
Okay,
we
I'm just
will
making
not
sure
be
you're good.
showing these pictures at all.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. They're graphic,
Sorry.
and I would never do that in any type of setting at all. It will not be shown. It will
I
not
don't.
be.
Yeah, and I don't
that.
want them out. There's sickos that will screenshot them and put them
And then
online
if
for
you
money.
look at the first photos,
No,
there's
she was
there's
not
no
sitting up, guys.
BULLET on that vanity, and then all of a sudden there is.
She had so much in her she had so much in her system, so many drugs in her system, it would tranquilize an elephant. I agree. Obviously something else happened. Someone else did this, but I'm still not understanding how it got on one side. It had to have gone on one side, used something else to cover up to prevent the splatter, and then later down on the pillow. That is my.
So she is right-handed, guys.
He
She
used
is
the pillow with the hole in it.
But it was only on the top. The pillow, it's not like the pillow, like it's only the top that's singed. So it almost looks like it grazed the top of the pillow. Does that make sense? Like there's
And
not
she
a
probably
full-blown
laid
hole
down
in the
because of
middle
all
of
the
the pillow.
Benadryl he put in her coffee.
Yeah.
And she probably laid down and was too tired to even make it to the doctor, and he fucking knew that.
But I've seen more autopsy photos than I care to admit in my career, and I will tell you right now, that is an exit wound. For
Absolutely it
absolute
is.
certainty. And the fact that I know that and a medical examiner didn't even look twice is the most wild shit to me ever.
Well, he was paid, and they showed him the videos and told him this is how we need the autopsy to match these photos.
Right.
And that's what he done.
Because it's this, I mean, that's what happens. We know that that's what happens. It doesn't make it less wild, but I totally agree, Justin, 100%. And it's infuriating. And that's why I'm so mad about this. And I've been so mad about this. And I got even more mad about this when I saw the photos.
Correct.
I'm getting food. Please hold.
It sounds like
it is absolutely diabolical at the simple fact that, yes, Bedazzled, of course you can, babe. Can somebody bring up Bedazzled for me?
You know what I think, we're getting so upset and frustrated over all this, and
I'm
Janet
pissed.
is getting relief because she has put all this in for the past 2 years.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm sitting here reading the autopsy report as y'all are talking about it, and I'm seeing where, like, he explains things and he tries to make it sound like it's opposite of what it is. And like I said, I don't think he actually did an autopsy. I think he just wrote some stuff down to make it seem like it is what it is. But when you Google exit wounds and entrance wounds, there's no. We were right
Correct.
from the very beginning. We were right from when we went and first saw her. And like I said, we didn't see nobody's seen the autopsy photos except for you guys that have them now. But we knew from the stitching, like the stitches were tremendously different, and that's why my sister-in-law got so angry.
Your brother hunts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that alone should help you understand entry and exit wounds.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see if I can get her up here. Hold on, guys. Give me just a second. I'm working on it.
I'm not a mod, so I can't bring up anybody. I'm sorry.
I'll get you, Justin.
She's private, that's why.
Okay.
Quick question. I have a family member that has been watching, and he is a crime investigator, and he asked me yesterday, and this is why I was trying to come up quick. He asked me if you have any documented evidence of where the fragments of
Bedazzled
the
request, babe.
skull, and if so, do you have the measurements where they were appeared to the way she was laying her hand, where the pew was an exit wound in the documents?
No, there's no measurements from where the pew was laying as far as where the entry and exit wounds are. There's no measurements from that.
But
They
They didn't do any type.
They didn't do
No,
any
they didn't do
measurements.
no measurements. The only measurements are the measurements of the injuries from the autopsy report. Other than that, they didn't measure anything. They didn't measure.
And even those are half-assed.
Yeah.
Did they say anything about bone fragments?
They said no. They said something about bone fragments in the autopsy report, and then that was it.
Okay, because he said it doesn't. When it comes down to it, when you're pulling a trigger with your left hand, the way that the pew would move would honestly be up too far, where you're gonna basically nick yourself, and that's not counting if you're laying on a pillow. There's just no possible way.
I'm trying to see.
So
And your husband's an investigator?
My cousin, yeah. But he's been watching. He's on private. He does not.
Well, yeah, and he don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
But that was one of the questions that he had. Yeah. And that's why I was trying to come up yesterday, because if there was, then make sure you kind of play it out and measure it up and everything, because they should have had all the measurements with, if the fragments.
And they said the gun was fired how many times?
They're saying just once.
Well, you know what's weird is there was still a bullet in it. In her
But
hand.
there was multiple holes in the wall, and that's what doesn't make any sense to me.
And the
Right,
bullet
and that's what
in
my
it,
brother's been saying.
the one in it, if you look, is it not upside down?
Yeah, my brother said the same thing.
So that one would, hell, that would jam.
And I ain't gonna lie, I could send you guys pictures of suicides or whatever you want to call it.
Tap, tap,
and
tap,
there's,
guys.
yeah, sorry, oh, shit. But there is red stuff all over. There's no reason why there isn't any.
There isn't. The only red stuff that is there is on the pillow and behind her, like where she was
He
laying.
did it early that morning and left the house after he cleaned up whatever he needed to clean up and got his daughter from school, planned it so somebody else he could call somebody to go over there and do a welfare check.
Yeah,
Because
you
if
guys
you're
don't
12
mind
minutes
real quick.
away,
Sorry, Justin. Just tap, guys, during these topics,
Yeah.
because it will flag us for certain topics that we're talking about or discussing. It flags you based upon your words. So, and it could be anything that they can flag us for. So I appreciate you guys tapping and keeping the chat going and things like that.
The other thing that he just texted me, because it just came up on my screen, was there's no way that anybody would be holding anything after doing that because it would have flung out of their, even laying on it, it would have flung out of their hand.
Yeah, and
Oh
she
no,
missed,
her finger was still on the rigger. And
like,
it was
perfect.
she was holding the whole thing as if she hadn't even done it yet.
Correct.
Like she was walking up to the range.
And that's what he said. He goes, there's no possible way that it had to have been literally placed like that. There's no way after pulling anything like that, especially with the caliber, it would have flung out of your hand.
Correct.
Sorry, I was just reading things that he had been texting me. So
I have a question for Jana.
Thank you for letting me up.
What happened? Bedazzled, did you request, babe? Bedazzled was up here.
I have a question for Jana.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought I was unmuted.
So I was on last night, and you had made a statement that when he was with the sheriff's department, that he was over at the school as an SRO, but that he lost that job because of accusations of inappropriate contact with a minor, correct?
That's the guy that found my sister. He was actually a Louisiana state trooper in 1994 or 1996. In his role as a state trooper, he was found guilty of inappropriate relationships with a young girl. She was 16 at the time. They settled like a monetary settlement. His homeowner's insurance paid for the settlement, and he was downgraded to a crossing guard. And then he ended up in the West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Office, where he was appointed as an SRO.
So how can this sheriff say that he was never convicted of that?
That was the guy. Well, he was talking about my sister's husband. My sister's husband had a history of it, but he was never convicted of it. The guy that found my sister was convicted of it. It's like a pattern that we were trying to figure out. Like, is everybody involved? Do they have, like, for example, the lead detective's brother is a registered RSO. He lives in his front yard. Like, that's public record. Like, everybody that's associated with my sister's case, like, as far as the people immediately associated, like, has something to do with RSOs. Either they're previous ones, or or should be one, or they have like family members that are. And so we're just trying to find patterns. Like, what did my sister find possibly that could have ended her life?
I got it. All right. Thank you.
Because she did call y'all the best private investigator.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
It could have been it could have been them working together, because Tony did work in the sheriff's office for a little bit, right?
Yep.
And
a year and a half.
And I still can't get over, you call your buddy that is now basically a crossing guard at a school to go
and find your wife
that you're 12 minutes away from,
that you already know all these charges have been against your buddy.
You guys make sure you're taking a screenshot of these phone numbers that are listed on the screen to make phone calls to these places. I myself am also going to make phone calls.
Hey, so I just wanted to say I actually own that particular pew pew, and it is an LC because it's lightweight carbon polymer. And it kicks so unbelievably bad. Like, it's hard to hold on to with both hands. And it's made for a woman. It's super tiny. It fits in your back pocket. And even with an extension on it, a man's fingers can't all fit around the handle of it. There's no way she held on to that.
And I just want to add, like, my sister she was not, I don't want to say she wasn't a strong person, but like she had very weak upper body strength. Like my brother was like terrible to us. He would like try to wrestle with us and things like that. And especially my older brother, she had no upper body strength. Like She just didn't.
The
So
the serial number was wrong though, right?
the serial number is right, but they didn't run the serial number. They just saw it and labeled it as an EC9, and it's wrong. It's an LC9.
Well, and let's not forget she was in withdrawal too, guys. Do you understand? So for nobody that has ever, if you've never withdrawn from a medication, you become physically weak, like physically weak. So for her to be in active withdrawal, trying to taper herself, which is why she was resting and stuff, she was actively trying to taper herself from certain medications that she had been put on because the doctors were adjusting her dosages and things because she said she felt like a zombie. So to be in active withdrawal and to legitimately be able to even have the strength to do something like that, I don't know. It's that part of it alone makes me question a lot.
Girl, right? Like, I'm so mad after hearing that damn call of that officer saying, well, there's no way, regardless of whose body it is, there is no way you could ever determine a time of death. Huh?
That's bullshit. They do it all the time. They can't pinpoint it
Like,
down
sir,
to the
are
minute.
you okay?
Necessarily, but they can say approximate time of death, 11 a.m. They do it all the time. That's how they literally put the nail in the coffin in a lot of these cases, especially when it's like circumstantial evidence only. It makes zero sense to me.
Girl, this is wild.
Y'all, I just got in a TikTok shop sample. I'm sorry, commercial break. It's a heated toboggan. Too bad it's 70 degrees and I don't need it, but...
Like, this is wild.
You're so
Who is Todd? JWD, is he in here? This sheriff is still in office, correct, Jenna?
Yes, but the election's coming up.
Yeah, the election should be coming up, I think, in 2026. Like I said, nobody ran against him before. I don't know if anybody's going to run against him this time. Hopefully he doesn't run.
Looks like Stratford's News Network's going to be interviewing another sheriff.
Maybe you should run for sheriff.
I don't live in that town. I wouldn't live in that town if you paid me maybe $1 million. Maybe I would go and live in that. I would live there for a couple of days and then move just to say I kept up my end of the deal. I would rent like a trailer or something there and let somebody else live in it. But no, absolutely not. Like my kids play sports and we have to travel there when they play sports. And y'all don't understand. Well, maybe you do understand. So I have that billboard. The picture of that billboard right there is on the back of my Mazda CX-9. Like it's plastered on the back of my car. And so they don't like. I gave away big stickers like that. Like it's see-through, so you can see when you're backing up and things like. So it's completely legal. And so we had this fundraiser on the second anniversary of her death, like this cooking fundraiser and stuff to raise money for the billboard. And I gave away those signs, and so they're all over that town. Like people put them on the back of their cars, and then they put signs in their yards, like picket signs with that look like that. So that sheriff hates me. Like he despises me, which is good. I like that.
No, you can also go over to the Book of Faces. I did. You can use that template, guys, when you're sending emails to the Attorney General's office. Grab that up. Also it's called Crime Insight with Dora. Also, you can go to Bench Slap TV. That is Kristen's page on the Book of Faces.
And I have the change.org petition pinned to the top of my page.
Yes, and I shared it as well. I saw that you tagged me a little bit while ago.
Miss Gibson, do you know the sheriff? How do you know he may run?
Between the housing and the transmission case. Also, guys, we're not going to get into it today because I know other people have other obligations. But last night, Kristen was reading through some of the interviews, and that's a whole different day of what we read last night, of the evidence and the everything that she was reading and the testimonies.
Yes, well, it does not take a rocket scientist to figure out that there's some shit wrong with this. Okay? And seriously, flood those phone lines at the Attorney General's office. Attorney Pennywise Duchier, call their office. Send emails. There's a template posted on both Bench Slap TV and my site. Go ahead and use that template when you're calling or sending those emails. We are asking
And I
them.
encourage to send emails. Phone calls are great, but like write down when you call and how, when you leave a message, like make a paper trail because, at the end of the day, that's evidence. Emails are evidence. You have a paper trail of when you sent these emails because these are elected officials. They have to respond to people, not just in their state, but I mean, if there's an issue in their state, they have to eventually respond to it. They can't just keep letting it go. And if enough noise is made, they might not do anything about it, but they have to address it.
Okay, so now once again, I've got some people down in the chat asking for you now to tell us about Crystal.
Oh, about Crystal?
Yeah, who was
Okay,
Crystal?
so Crystal was the biggest prankster that you'll ever meet. Her favorite thing to do was like saran wrap a toilet seat, especially for our brothers. So when they peed, it would pop back up on them. So you had to watch when you went to her bathroom in her house. And she was the biggest prankster, but she was the best mom and the best aunt to my two girls because the rest of our siblings and her, they had all boys. She was a gift giver. She gave gifts for every little thing. Like she gave gifts so much that my 8-year-old wanted to be adopted by her because she gave her so many gifts. And I gave gifts like I gave good gifts at Christmas and birthdays, but I didn't give gifts every day. They're not that rotten. But Aunt Crystal gave gifts for everything. You lose a tooth, you get, a gift. And I'm not talking about you get $20. You get this extravagant gift, maybe like a ride-on toy or something crazy. She was the life of every party. She always wanted to better herself. She never wanted to be complacent. She wanted to do more and she wanted to be more than what we came up with. That's why the song Fancy by Reba McEntire is her favorite song because we did come from like a poor family. Like we came from, and I give credit to our parents. Like my dad is her stepdad, and I give credit to them for raising us with what they had. But my brother and sister were the first ones to graduate high school in our family, and then I was the first one to graduate college. And so when I graduated college, we had this huge party. She even bought she and I matching outfits, and I was 24 years old. Okay, I'm 24 years old. She's 34. We're wearing matching outfits like some babies. So she was just the best. She was never even if she was sad, and that was the worst part. Even if she was sad and something bothered her, you really never knew it because she wanted to portray herself as everything being fine, and that's what that's why I kind of kick myself in the butt over sometimes. What did I miss? Did I miss something that I could have seen or I could have caught on to? And I go back through text messages and I can't find anything because I mean, usually I could pick up on something that's different or odd, and you know, I couldn't. But she left notes for everything. She would leave me notes in Walmart on the makeup aisle. She would leave me notes on my car. Just some notes that were kind of scary, like that I wouldn't like notes on my door of my house where I thought like somebody was coming to get me, like collections agency or something. It was really her, but she took up the time to type it out and make it look professional because she had so much time on her hands at work. She worked for State Farm forever, and she treated her clients like they were her family. I will tell you this. So in 2015, my husband and our two girls, we lost our house to a tornado, and we had a $40,000 renter's insurance policy. Not because of me, because I would have never gotten a renter's insurance policy, but my sister worked for State Farm, insisted that I pay for this $12 a month policy to be covered. And I was like, whatever, like stop bothering me about it. Just add it onto my account and I'll pay for it. And sure enough, about 5 months after the policy was enacted, our house was hit by a tornado. $40,000 policy covered everything inside of our home. It covered the hotel room. It covered everything. And we owed everything to her because she's the one that insisted we got that policy. So she always took care of other people. Sometimes she just didn't take care of herself.
And do you guys mind
She
if
sounds
we
like
take
a
a pause
lover.
with that? and play her favorite song?
Please. That's what I was about to say.
I can play it on vinyl.
I do want to play her favorite song.
You want me to play it on the vinyl?
What's the vinyl?
A vinyl record.
What's that mean?
I got it, Justin.
You have Reba on a record like before I was born?
I want y'all to, as we take
That is
pause,
awesome. I'm gonna come to your house and steal it.
Her favorite song was Fancy by Reba, and I do want to play that just so you guys, because this is her favorite. And I do, I know the people in the panel will not be able to hear it. I just want you guys to, it's just a little tribute to her as we're playing that song. Do you guys mind putting her favorite color, purple hearts, in the chat? I'll go ahead and kick it off.
I remember it all very well. Looking back, it was the summer I turned 18. We lived in a one-room run-down shack on the outskirts of New Orleans. We didn't have money for food or rent, to say the least. We were hard-pressed. Then Mama spent every last penny we had to buy me a dancing dress. Well, Mama washed and combed and curled my hair, and then she painted my eyes and lips. Then I stepped into a satin dancing dress that had a split from the side, clean up to my hip. It was red velvet trimming and it fit me good.
Thank you guys for showing her sister love also. Thank you guys for loving on the panel and myself.
She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. Mama dabbed a little bit of perfume on my neck, then she kissed my cheek. And then I saw the tears welling up in her troubled eyes as she started to speak. She looked at a pitiful shack and then she looked at me and took a ragged breath. She said, your paws runned off and I'm real sick and the baby's gonna starve to death. She handed me a heart-shaped locket that said, to thine own self be true. And I shivered as I watched a roach crawl across the toe of my high-heel shoe. It sounded like somebody else who was talking, asking, Mama, what do I do? She said, just be nice to the gentleman, fancy, they'll be nice to you. She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. Here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. Lord, forgive me for what I do, but if you want out, well, it's up to you. Now don't let me down, now your mama's gonna move you uptown. Well, that was the last time I saw my mama, and I'd have left that rickety shack. The welfare people came and took the baby, mama died, and I ain't been back. But the wheels of fate started to turn, and for me there was no way out. It wasn't very long till I knew exactly what my mama been talking about. I knew what I had to do, and I made myself this solemn vow. I was gonna be a lady someday, though I didn't know when or how. But I couldn't see spending the rest of my life with my head hung down in shame. You know, I might have been born just plain white trash, but fancy was my name. She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down. She said, here's your one chance, fancy, don't let me down.
And just real quick, since we're on the topic of calling the district attorney's office and waking up West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Department, we got a little song to play for that. We're going to call it A Storm Is Coming, okay? It is. And this is for the ongoing justice that TikTok and everybody around the world is going to see, and we're going to get justice for this. The storm is brewing. And this is for them.
Dora, I love you, but because I can't hear the music, the commentary is so much funnier.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. I love you so much. It's just hilarious because I know the music's playing as you're saying this stuff, but all I hear is you just randomly spitting out words.
that you can't escape. Tears are falling like blood and rain. The thunder's shaking and it's gonna break. A storm is coming that you can't escape. Tears are falling from the darkness. Feel them crash upon your skin. Look for shelter, you won't find it. No, no. A storm is coming that you can't escape. The tears are falling like blood and rain. The thunder's shaking and it's gonna break. A storm is
I absolutely do. Like, this is the most support I've had
that
for
you
years.
can't escape. No.
It's time to wake up.
A storm is coming. Oh, a storm is coming. Oh, a storm is coming. Oh, a storm is coming. A storm is coming. A storm is coming. A storm is coming. A storm is coming.
And we're not stopping. Don't forget that. We're not stopping. We're going to continue to scream Crystal's name. We're going to continue to seek justice. We're going to demand justice. There is 527 of you in here right now. And if you actually go and share that post and start tagging the state police and tagging everybody, tag all the news medias. I don't care if it's California news. I don't care if it's Texas news. I don't care what news station you have to tag them. Tag them. Tag tag Nancy Grace, tag all of the crime shows.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, our private investigators are not from Louisiana, they're from Texas. And our consultants from Tennessee. Our attorneys were from Georgia and New Orleans. Like, you know, we want to outsource outside of Louisiana, so, you know, the further you are from here, the better it is for us. It gets her name out there. So if you're not in Louisiana, you can help just as much as if you're in Louisiana, because there's a family in your state, I promise you, that's going through the exact same thing, if not worse.
It happens everywhere, guys. Absolutely everywhere.
Tag them. The Facebook post, again, it's on Crime Insight with Dora. Also, Bench Slap TV. That is Kristen's channel. Share it. Get it out there. Share it everywhere. Tag these folks. Tags all news media from your state. It doesn't matter across all 50 states. Tag all 50 news stations. 50 states, regardless of where this is. Share it in each state. Tag them. Tag the Louisiana State Police. Tag Attorney General Liz Murrill. Tag Pennywise.
There are people in other countries in here too. Get the world involved. Tag people.
Jana, oh, sorry, Peppy. There was a delay. My bad. Jana, I drafted last night because I couldn't sleep after looking at those autopsy photos.
I knew it.
Yeah, I drafted a letter to the ABC's Civil Rights Division. So I'm going to run it past you. I just want you to check the facts on it. Just make sure I got everything. I went off of your timeline, but I just want to make sure there's nothing that, you know what I mean, that has come to your attention since then. And then I will send that over to them. And I'm going to CC the legislature. I'm going to CC the AG. I'm going to CC the governor. I'm going to CC the mayor, and we'll just work our way down the line from there. But I want them investigated for the lack of investigation. And that's mainly how I spun this.
Yeah, that's exactly it, because we can't, the truth is we can't prove either way right now, but we can prove a lack of investigation. 100%.
1,000%. The lack of investigation needs to be investigated. And this is what the power of TikTok can do. You guys and Kristen can agree with this. Sharing it out there and tagging these people helps more than anything.
Absolutely.
It helps. Tag them. Get the nation's attention and say, listen here, this is what's wrong. Why is this happening? What's going on? Why are we not investigating? Our voices can matter and make a difference for these cases like Crystal's. And that's why we're here doing what we do. We have 522 of you in here. If that's shared out across the nation in every state with every news outlet tagged, everybody that you can tag, capture the nation's attention. Ask those questions and say, what's going on here? Reopen this, re-look at this, re-examine this. Just as regular civilians, we know something ain't right. Share it everywhere across the nation. Share it in TikToks. Tag people in TikToks. Duet, Stitch every time you see her face. Share it. Get their attention. And shake the media and say, listen here. Are you guys not seeing what we're seeing? What's going on here? It takes a village and it takes an army of people to help in these situations.
And someone's asking if they can do anything from Northern Ireland. Absolutely. My cousin that came in when she passed away is from Hamburg, Germany. So there's German YT videos on Crystal's case. So absolutely, sharing it across countries is absolutely amazing. I love listening to different videos that are in languages I don't understand, so I translate them, Google Translator. But yeah, absolutely, sharing it across countries is amazing.
Yes, share it out. Get the capture of media. Capture the attention of folks. And, another thing too, guys, the Facebook page where we have posted it and got a bunch of tags as well is Crime Insight with Dora on Facebook and Bench Slap TV, which is Kristen's page. You will see Kristen's page where I shared her post if that's easier for you guys to follow that page.
Justice for Crystal page?
Yes, also you could join the group over on the Book of Faces. It is called Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones.
And I have got over 500 people joining her since 3 days ago since I got on TikTok.
That's
so like I think since I joined either Justin's or Dora's live, 300 people, 500 people joining the group.
Join the group. Share the post. Tag the appropriate people. Share it nationwide. Capture the nation's attention in this and say what's going on. Hello, somebody look at this.
Jana, can you change your settings over on FB? And I don't know if you want to or if there's another way for me to tag you, but it wouldn't let me tag you for some reason.
Yeah, I'll go look at it.
Okay.
Tag everybody that you could potentially think to tag.
Did the private Dora, do you remember if the private investigator came up with anything? I want to say they did. They helped.
They got statements from several people. That's how they got the statements from the private investigator. The sexually explicit comments towards people. They got the stuff on the background of the cop that found her. I'm going to share another document with you guys. I think I redacted from that, and it's from the pastor that actually helped Tony create that karate studio, and it gives you more about his personality. And I think I redacted it from that because I didn't want everybody to see it, but I'm going to put it in there anyways because I don't care. And I'll just add it to the Google Drive. And then they found out about the life insurance policy. The private investigators did. The sheriff didn't find out about that. Like, they didn't interview anybody. Private investigators were amazing, and they were out of Dallas, Texas.
Awesome.
Yes,
Yeah, I would
tag
like to
people.
see
It
more
doesn't
of,
matter who you
like,
think.
that information on the, like, you said it had more of, like, the background on Tony.
Yeah. You go holler and scream a little bit and jump on your bed when you read it.
I mean, I've been doing that since you shared it with me.
Okay, well, you might do a couple of clips then.
Because, I mean, I hate to laugh, but like
The
you said,
Facebook
you gotta
page, guys.
laugh because
The
it's
Facebook page is Crime
ridiculous.
Insight with Dora and Bench Slap TV, which is Kristen's page. You can see her page also from my share. You can click on it if it's easier way for you to find it, because I did have a little trouble finding it last night, but I found it. And you follow. It's Bench Slap TV and Crime Insight with Dora on the Book of Faces.
So Gigi, there was no life insurance policy. He tried to collect on it. She hadn't been at work long enough for it to actually go in effect, and he thought that she had been at work long enough. So there was, technically the sheriff didn't lie. There was no life insurance policy. However, he never called up there, because if he would have called State Farm, he would have known that the very next day Tony tried to collect on it. So yeah, there was no policy, but he did try to collect on it.
And there is a template attached to the post. You guys can send that as an email.
crazy.
You guys can send a message. You guys can make a phone call and use that template if you wish. It's simply asking them, all legislators, whomever, to really focus on re-examining her case. Her case needs re-examination.
And I
just
put an
like
actual
Kristen
letter.
said, this is a failed investigation.
Yes. And I put an actual letter together that I will, I'll see if I can add it. I don't know if I can do files on a page. I think I might have to have a group. But Dora, let's get together on that. We may be able to come up with a solution for that too. But I will post it on the page, and then the petition is also on my page, and it's on Dora's page. I will be posting the entire story with the full breakdown of everything that we went over later on this evening. So that'll be on my page as well. If you guys scroll down in the videos, you'll see Dora's page. So if for those that joined the Bench Slap TV that didn't join Dora's, scroll down. It should be the second or third post where you can just click on Crime Insight with Dora and then go over and make sure you follow over there as well, because we cover a lot of the same cases anyways, so you guys will get but yeah, make sure you guys are following both of those, and I'll get the letters screenshot once I'm not walking, and I will get it put up there for you guys as well.
And I will pin Kristen's post to my Facebook. When Kristen makes the post, I will pin it. Also, this entire live will be downloaded and uploaded as well to YouTube. Over on YouTube, it's the same name.
Yep. And then I will put that's a good idea, Helen. I'll put it in a Google Drive folder, and I'll put the link in there. I'll do that. So I'll put the letters that I put in together into a Google Drive, and then you guys can kind of make it your own, or run it through chat, or however you guys want to do it, just so we're not all, I mean, not that it matters if we send the same one, but it's better if they're not getting a same duplicate over and over again, if you can just kind of, make it your own. But ideally it'll have the pertinent information in it. Same thing with the numbers for the individuals that we should call. Dora's given some of them are up here, but I will also put that list over on the page, and I will tag Dora as well. So like I said, when I'm not walking, I will make sure all of that is added up there. And then the video breakdown of all of this, like I said, has taken me quite some time because it's detailed. So it's going to be a longer one. I may have to divide it up into parts, but I will be putting that breakdown over here. And then I'll put the full video over on Facebook, which is typically what I do. all of the lives that we do over here, at least on my panel. And if Dora, I would recommend this too. You can download the live, and I put all my lives over on Facebook. So for those that missed lives, I upload the entire live over on Facebook every time. So I just had to restart my page for those that don't know. So it's limited to at least the last 6 months of info. So if you followed me previously on my first page, that doesn't, everything got shut down. My TikTok got shut down, my Facebook, my personal, everything got shut down because when you expose corruption, they don't like you.
Yes, and I also will be posting the phone numbers that you see on the screen over on the Book of Faces with a recap from today as well. So I'll get that posted. Also, I'll share out Crystal's post. Yes, now Crystal has to, Jana has to go because she does have a phone call at 4. Jana, thank you so much for being here, and don't worry, we're going to continue to fight, and we're going to continue to scream.
Well, thank you guys for like making my life easier, because all that stuff you're doing and putting together, like the list of names and agencies and phone numbers and Dora, everything you're posting on Facebook, like Book of Faces, like that's some of the stuff I never thought to do. And even if I did do it, I didn't know who to share it with because I only know locals, and locals are too scared to share it because their names are attached to it. So now there's people that aren't scared to share it across, the whole United States and Ireland and everywhere else. So now it'll get spread. And so y'all are like taking a load off of me because, that was next steps, but I didn't know who to share it with. So that helps me like tremendously. It's a sigh of relief, like Pappy said.
We love your face.
That's what my sister used to say.
Absolutely. And Jana, I will shoot you a message with my phone number so that if you ever need anything or if we need to get in touch, we can do that. And also, I know you probably have Kristen's by now as well. I will get the recap uploaded today, and I am going to I'm going to download this live and post it to YT, and then I will put the YT link over on the Book of Faces.
Yeah, and then tag me in it, and then I'll go from there and I'll share it as many times as I can and put it in the group and everything. But thank you guys so much for everything.
Guys, wear purple. Wear purple.
Yes. Flood Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, X with purple hearts and Crystal's name. Hit those phone lines up. Make sure you guys are taking a screenshot of these phone numbers that's listed on the screen so we can shout Crystal's name. Ask those questions. Fight for her. Ask what's going on. Ask to re-examine in her case. Because enough voices can capture the nation's attention, and we all can do it.
Well, and like you said, you can line up 10 individuals in the same, and they're all going to tell you the same challenge. Fucking accept it. Because I guarantee
you're right.
It won't. Guarantee you it won't be. Guarantee you he has no idea what he's talking about, and I have no problem making anybody look like a fool.
Yeah, well, why not tell you guys? I'll let you talk to him and see how that feels.
I'm gonna call him and I'm gonna interview him just like I did with Stanley in the Aaron Spencer case, and I'm gonna expose him for what he is. Just don't tell him. Shh. That's the fun part.
I'm not saying a word. Well, thank you guys, and I'll be in touch. I think Happy sent me his number, and anybody else that sends me their number, and I'll be in lives, in and out of lives, because I'm bored and it's Christmas break.
You've got it, girl. Anytime you need to reach out, you just reach out.
Yes,
all right, thank you guys.
Her face. Take these screenshots. Take a screenshot of this screen and post it all over TikTok.
I already did.
Take the phone numbers, post it all over TikTok, capture their attention, and say, hey, what's going on here? Reinvestigate this case. This was done improperly and unfairly.
Say, are you okay?
Yeah, ask them, are you okay for real? Because I know you lying. You are not okay after you going to sit here and tell somebody that you can never determine the time of death. I know you lying and you ain't okay.
I'm stealing that. Before I go, I'm just letting you know it's not copyrighted. I'm stealing that. Are you okay?
Absolutely. You got to say, are you okay?
I'm stealing that.
You ain't about to sit up in here and tell none of us that you cannot determine the time of death. You a lie.
No, okay, so I do want to clarify this, guys. Devilish, that's a good question. Sharing it with your state police is not going to help. We just mean regardless of what state you're in, because these are two separate sovereigns. So the police in a state where this didn't happen cannot do anything.
No, you have to tag their state police.
Yeah, they're the state police in Louisiana. And so we're going to get all of those jurisdictions for you guys. But reshare like what I mean is any videos, any posts, anything like that out far and wide with everybody. Make sure you're reposting it. Make sure you're liking it, commenting, doing all the things, because that's what helps the algorithm get that video out to more and more people.
Yes, it helps the algorithm. Take a screenshot of this page right here in this picture. This is her and her sister Jana that was just in a box. And this is the phone numbers to the Attorney General's office in Louisiana. This is the phone number to the district attorney. Screen capture it.
And by the way, guys,
post it everywhere. Tag anybody. Tag the news medias. It doesn't matter. You can tag news medias all around the world that will capture her story.
You guys are absolutely amazing down in the chat. I appreciate you guys showing the love to Jana. I appreciate you guys flooding the screen with the purple hearts for Jana. She was in tears last night when we did it the first time, and I know she's in tears today. You guys are amazing, but I have never seen anyone quite as what's that word, Kristen?
Due diligent.
Yeah, I can never get that out. As Jana is, and the passion and the patience that this woman has had with this case.
And now is her time to get justice.
2026, it is all about Crystal.
Correct. And 2026 is going to bring justice to Crystal's case, because we're not giving up. We're not stopping.
And that's why
you have to be persistent with this kind of stuff, and we are not going to give up, and we're not going to stop until something is done.
Absolutely. That's exactly why we're wanting to start this now, going into 2026, so that way we've got a full 12 months to make a difference, and it shouldn't take but maybe 1 or 2.
Facts. AG, DA, state police, and their mayor all in the same email to force accountability. Facts, Oz. Get it out there. Ask those questions. Tell them to demand justice. Seek for justice. For them to re-examine the improper investigation that was done for Crystal McCrory Jones, whose death was ruled a suicide with self-inflicted. It was determined an hour and 45 minutes later. However, the interview with her husband was an hour and 40 minutes before the coroner even got his report.
And when we get into the later cast here, when Kristen starts reading some of these documents and everything, guys, get you some Red Bull just before, because you're going to need it to keep up with her reading. She reads so fast, but she is so explicit. She is the most perfect person to have reading all these documents to you. She doesn't breathe but one time in a 5-page document.
Yes, the PD does have a Facebook page to flood. They sure do. They're tagged in my comment section on Crime Insight with Dora, and they're also tagged with Bench Slap TV. We're tagging everybody. Honey, last night I even tagged down to the dang president.
So I think right now what I want to ask for you guys down in chat, who's with us? Who wants to be a part of the team? If you want to be a part of this team, hit it with the purple hearts one more time to show support and let us know that this is something you want to be involved in.
Absolutely. You guys, we can make a difference. These voices that are in this chat right now can make a difference. And all it takes is a share.
Yep, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We appreciate you guys so much, and you know, all the gifts that you guys send us go right back into these cases, right? Like we use it to pay for FOIA requests. We use it to support, and again, like I just the other day, I literally spent over $300 last week alone in FOIA requests for cases. They're not cheap. So your guys' support is the support for the victims and the families. So we appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know. And, you know, it doesn't go unnoticed. And I know the chat sometimes moves fast, and I wish that we could thank each and every one of you individually, and that's not always possible. But just know, whether it's a heart me or whether it's a share or it's a follow or you're sending a gift, doesn't matter what it is, every single thing helps, because it helps spread the actual awareness of what's going on. You don't have to physically send the monetary amount, because just a simple click or a like or tapping, right, all of that matters, because again, it legitimately helps get the word out more and more, because we don't sit up here for hours on end to do this for absolutely no reason. I can tell you that right now. I know that I sometimes, and I say this all the time, have the unpopular opinion on things, because I'm going to play devil's advocate, or I'm going to make you guys look at different points of view that your emotions might not want you to look at. But it's important, because alongside of everything that we're doing, there is an underlying issue, and that is that we have a constitution that legitimately, right, is what is the basis for everything that we have. And there's not a single law in this country that can violate that. And yet they do that on a daily basis. These individuals in positions of power. I've said this for years. The laws are perfect the way that they are written. Is people in positions of power that otherwise corrupt the law. And it is important that we sit there and we literally pull these investigations apart, or we look at every scenario and we question every situation to make sure that there is justice for those that are wrongly accused, that there is justice for the victims and their families. Because look, it's not justice for these victims or their families when the wrong person is behind bars, or when no one goes behind bars, like in this situation, because they failed to do the simple thing. We're talking law enforcement 101, guys. Like, I'm talking like the first thing that they learn about. This is like investigation 101 that was absolutely unequivocally violated. And they do need to be held accountable. I couldn't agree more. And so, again, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in on that. I appreciate you guys more than you'll ever know. Really do. Every little bit helps, and you guys are the absolute best.
Absolutely. And we appreciate each and every single one that comes in this chat, taps, likes, comments to keep the chat rolling. Ask those questions. Because without you guys either, we wouldn't have some of the questions that maybe I myself didn't see, or Kristen didn't ask, or didn't see, or Allie, or Pappy. Or Justin. There may be things that you guys point out that make us go, There may be things that you guys may say something that we're just like, hey, okay, what's going on here?
We haven't looked at it that way.
Good point. We never looked at it that way. That could be a possibility.
Well, and a lot of times we look at these cases so often that we become numb to it too, right? Like, we sit there, you and I will talk for hours on end about stuff, and then we just see one simple thing in the comment and we're like, oh shit,
I didn't think about that.
We think of that.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. You guys bring up stuff as well. You guys are a big part of us, and you guys help us make a difference in these cases. You guys may not realize it, but just your share and just your like and just your comments make a case go further than what this family ever expected. Just having new sets of eyes, sharing it out there, saying what is going on here, reinvestigate this, and we demand justice for this girl.
And can you guys imagine when we get this goal and we make this change? I'm serious, and I said this last night, and I mean it with all my heart. I want us all to try to gather in Louisiana and have a parade and walk right down the middle of that street with purple t-shirts and purple balloons and a celebration of having all this come to fruition. And then it's going to be an amazing day when we can walk up to Jana and say we did it.
Yes. Think about the relief and the emotional relief that to hear on the news that this police department and this investigation is being reconsidered. Oz, thank you.
Thank you
for
so
your
much,
support.
Oh, thank you, Oz.
You guys, imagine the emotional relief in a room where we see on the nationwide news that this case is being re-examined. Imagine how Jana and her family will feel that you guys, along with ourselves, played a part in having this case reopened. Imagine what that'll feel like.
I just want to be able to hug Jenna's neck and say, job well done for not giving up.
Same. I'm gonna tell you guys, it's the best feeling in the world when you see what the power of all of us coming together does, and all of us getting loud does, because they don't want us to get loud. Like, you guys have to remember that they do not, their ego can't handle the people, despite the fact that they work for us, and they seem to have forgotten that, by the way. But again, they can't handle that.
Look how mad Wexford Police Department got mad at us.
That part. Yep. That part. They can't stand it. Their egos can't handle it. But it doesn't matter. It does not matter, because that is what we are supposed to be doing. That is what they don't want. They don't want us to get involved. They don't want any of that to happen. That's why they tell you to stay out of it, let law enforcement, and they've trained everybody to believe that that's okay, and it's not. It's not okay if they're not doing what they're, in a perfect world, of course, absolutely, because I do want the individuals to be held accountable, and I don't ever want to do anything to hinder an investigation. But on the other hand, there are policies and procedures for a reason. Look, this is 2025. This is like, this has been a thing since the beginning of freaking time. It's not new. It is not new how to conduct an investigation. Yes, there may be new technology and things like that they can do, right? But this is not you know what I mean? This is not new. And they act like, we're asking a lot of them to legitimately, yes, Winter was kidnapped. I updated the video. The individual has been arrested for kidnapping charges, apprehended for kidnapping charges, and is waiting extradition back to Kentucky. But yeah, so again, all we can do, yes, Soapbox Kristen, y'all know it.
We can make a difference. They don't want us making a difference. This is why they want us to stay silent. They want you to not hound them, not ask the questions, because guess what? Just like we heard today in this phone call, the questions you couldn't even answer. You couldn't even give a direct answer via handbook. You couldn't even give a direct answer to questions that this family had. It's time we step up and get those answers. It's time we get this reinvestigated with our voices. We can make a difference across the world.
Can you imagine us walking down with purple balloons, purple flowers, purple t-shirts, and purple candles, and walking up to that house and putting them on the front doorstep once this is done, and giving her that freedom and release?
And saying we did it.
And we care, and we love you.
We heard your voice. We heard you. And we stand with you. We stand united as one group. We stand united together to make a difference across the nation, because after we're done getting justice for Crystal McCrory Jones, guess how many other Crystals are out there for us to help with?
Exactly.
Oz just said it perfectly, is that it is our responsibility to hold them accountable. We pay them to be our public servants. Absolutely. And again, they have forgotten this, guys. I say this, I can scream this from the rooftops, and there's always going to be the individuals that go, Kristen's a cop hater. No, I'm not. No, I am not. I expect them to do their job appropriately. That's not too much to ask. Just like all of us are supposed to do appropriately, or we get fired, right? Why do they get held to other standards, different standards than we are held to? They're people too. It's wild to me that they can go and unalive somebody and walk away scot-free because they have qualified immunity. But if we do it, it's unaliving somebody, right? M1, premeditated, or even second degree, or involuntary, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's insanity. It's absolute insanity. Even if it was an accident, or they're having a bad day. You don't get to have a bad day. You don't get to have a bad day when you're in a position of power. And they have to remember this. And look, they're human too. Mistakes happen, but just like if we make a mistake, we're held accountable. This is the shit that we need to be screaming from the rooftops. And until something changes, This is going to continue. As long as they keep getting away with everything because they know that there's no accountability whatsoever, this shit's going to keep happening. It's a sad reality, but it's true.
And guess what? That's where we're needed. That's where we're needed screaming it. There's thousands of other crystals out there. And if we can make a difference in one case, we can make a difference in many. It doesn't have to stop here.
So what I think is we need to pull up all the rugs that all this dirt has been swept under and clean up the shit. Just get rid of it. And we can do it one voice at a time. And we're asking for your voice to help us.
Yes, we're asking for the public's help as well. Make those phone calls. Ask those questions. Demand that they, hey, open this back up and re-examine this. Take a look at this. As an outsider civilian, we see something wrong. How can you not see something wrong? Pay attention, look at this, re-examine this, and let's take a look together to seek justice for Crystal. There's so many other people out there that can be getting justice also. Your voice matters. Your voice matters. A share matters. Her face being put out there, a phone call to the Attorney General matters. And
guys, I have come out of retirement. I've come out of the crime story retirement to help with this case. And if that doesn't say something, because a lot of people knew that I said I would never do another crime story in my life because of everything getting pulled out and beat around and everything. We've got to keep our focus on the facts. And the facts in this case is so clear, and it's so wrong. We don't have to guess on anything because Jana has done all the legwork for us. Yes. We don't have to guess.
Yes.
And we have the entire case file, and that's why we're going to get together. We're going to break everything down. You're going to have all the details. Literally, we've made it so easy for you guys. All you have to do is like, comment, share, repost, and do all the things. Share it to every platform that you have, that you know of, all of the things. It's going to be on Bench Slap TV. It's going to be on Dora's Crime Insight with Dora. It's going to be on both of our TikToks. It's going to be over on IG. It's going to be over on YouTube. It's going to be on every platform. And all you guys have to do is share. That's how simple it's going to be.
So when we come up on these panels in this case, the facts are already laid out. We don't have to imagine what happened. It's all in those documents. Everything from 2 years ago, and this case is just now getting pushed out there. This is a no-brainer.
This is a no-brainer for sure. All you got to do is look at the facts and be like, whoa, something ain't right here. What's going on? What in the reality? Because in a real world and in a perfect world, this is wild work. Take a screenshot of these phone numbers on the screen. Call these attorneys' offices. The Attorney General. Call the district attorney. Call the senator. Call these places. Ask these questions. Share it out there. Tag folks.
I just have something quick to say. It does not matter if you are overseas. Still email, still call, still share. This needs to go international. We need eyes on this case ASAP. This woman needs justice. I am going to tag all of my news stations, even though I'm in Australia. Still do it. You never know. Someone might see it and pick it up straight away in a completely different country. It does not matter. Her face is out there, our voices are out there, and we'll get something done.
Facts. facts, share it out there. Make the noise. Rattle Facebook. Rattle TikTok. Rattle Instagram. Rattle the nation. Tag, it doesn't matter what state you live in, what news station you have, tag them all. Every news station in your district, in your county, doesn't matter. Share it, tag them. Tag them all. In these cases, that's what needs to happen to get eyes on it. We need sets of eyes on her case. We need them asking those questions. We need them covering it in news media.
And guys,
you know what
if you
happens?
don't know those,
do you know how many investigators and things watch news media? And if they happen to see this, they'll be like, wait a second, something really ain't right here. Let's get in contact with the locals down in Louisiana. Let's find out what's going on.
tag your favorite influencer. If you don't know anybody in the medias and all that stuff, get in contact with your favorite influencer. Have them join the team. We are all about clarity.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
It does. The more that do this, like, you can't imagine. I've been on the other end too, and it's like you don't want somebody shining the light on you, especially they're at risk. They think it's over. Well, they're fixing to get rattled, like you said. But the more anything counts, tap, share, get it out there any way you can. It makes such a difference on a department, on people that are slacking, didn't do their job. They didn't fill out reports. They've got names mixed up. There's so much, y'all know. It's so wrong.
And how would you feel if that was your loved one that got ruled a suicide and everything on their toxicology and everything on their police report was wrong? Would you be advocating? Would you be screaming it from the rooftops for somebody to look at this and say, what is going on here? How is it that a simple investigation went wrong? If you are trained in the department, then you should know your steps and how to do a proper investigation.
Absolutely.
Well, and not answering an Open Records Act request by reopening an investigation for that sole purpose is ridiculous, and that's what infuriates me the most. Absolutely,
it's been ignored. I mean, almost, right? Like they're not even, because nobody's done anything.
So Jana hired one of the top investigators in the country. I forget her name now. It's going to drive me nuts. I know her name, but I'm like drawing a blank. Yeah. But anyway, she hired her, and so Jana got everything, her attorney got everything. It's when they hired the investigator, that investigator went to go do the open records request, and they opened the case back up immediately after seeing her name and refused to answer the open records request.
Correct, and guess what? Even the investigator that was looking at this says something's wrong. And if you've got investigators saying something's wrong, okay? And you also got a retired detective that did the news interview and said something's wrong, and I would be asking questions here.
They couldn't even get her address. They got nothing right. They did what they wanted, swept it over, and it's gone. It's done. Now leave it alone. Now leave it alone.
Her eye color was wrong. Her weight was wrong. Everything was wrong in this case. And we need to rattle the nation and let them know that it was wrong.
Once again, all the proof is in the pudding. We've got all the files. We've got everything we need. We don't have to go slithering and sleuthering through the gutters to get evidence here. It is all right here with us.
That is a good point. There's every bit of this is facts that they can be backed up. And it's not, we just picked a case. She has had no justice, and it's unacceptable. And I think True Crime and Dora and all of y'all spoke on it. Like, it's not even making sense. There's too many mistakes, too many wrong dates, too many wrong positions, just every bit of it.
Correct. And I want to say this, guys. Last night, Southern and I, we formed a great connection on this app, and I absolutely adore her and love her and thank her for everything that she's done as well. She is a retired homicide detective. Even when I asked her the question, take a look at this, she said, this is unacceptable. Immediately came back to me and said, this is unacceptable. This is not right. I've seen too many cases. I've been on too many scenes. This is not right. When you've got people that have worked this field that is illegal fields that know something's not right, and we need to rattle the nation and let them know something's not right.
The amount of investigations that I have gone through, the amount of autopsies I've looked at, the amount of case files I have gone through in almost 21 years. It'll be 21 years next month. In February. I'm telling you guys, this is not an investigation. This was I don't want to deal with it. He's our buddy. I'm just going to wipe my hands clean. A 7-minute interview is not an interview. That is not the definition of an interview. It was literally, here, answer these couple questions for us. Okay, we're done. That's it. Bye.
That all happened an hour and a half.
Hey, bye, guys. Merry Christmas and stuff. Love you guys.
Bye.
I don't think they ever thought they were going to have a problem.
Well, no. They thought that she was just going to,
Exactly.
that's what they do. They think people are just going to keep their
And it's
mouth shut.
crooked.
Nobody's
It's
gonna question.
corrupt. I agree, Kristen. I was so mad while ago. I was shaking. I told her I can't even come up. I'm like, it is just.
Oh, that's how I was. That's why Tats and I were literally screaming at each other on the phone. Literally. She goes, "You're kidding, right?" And I was like, "I told you."
I know.
She's like, we were looking at the autopsy photos and she's like, "What am I looking at?" She's like, "What is happening?" She's like, "This is not what I was expecting." And it's infuriating.
It is.
Like, they think that people are stupid, and this is what they've done to society. They try to dumb down society.
Dominate.
We don't ask questions. Absolutely. They don't want people asking questions.
There
and
is
it's
no
infuriating.
TOD. There's no TOD. Do you know that's all the time going to trials? Of course there's a time of death. Even if it's an estimated, they can get it in with a certain minutes or an hour. By
But
the
to
body.
legitimately sit there and say that that's a physical impossibility, you can line up 10 experts of the same field and they'll all tell you the same thing. Challenge freaking accepted, sir. Challenge accepted, because I know for an absolute fact that's not true, because I have at least 10 files on my desk right now that have a TOD.
Yes.
So that's bullshit.
And usually there's a witness and we call it out. You know what I mean? When we go there. And it's like, as set in stone. If you know what I mean? That's just part of the investigation. Oh.
Just the good old boys.
That part.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, those good old boys need to get out of their damn kitchen or whatever the heck he was doing earlier when he was talking to her.
Right.
And wait, that's what I'm saying. Shining the light on them, rattling their cage, getting a hold of people. They're not going to want that because that draws attention to something that's already, well, we didn't have this right. Oh, we didn't. Then what are they going to do? They're
Listen,
gonna open
I
it
was
like
so
they jump-
mad last night. I joined every yard sale
you
group
did.
in that damn town, and I posted that post in those yard sale groups. There's over 17,000 people in them damn groups in that town. You know what? I'll post them in the Dollar General. I don't care.
You started hashtagging the president and everybody else. We got Jelly Roll, we got celebrity. You just never stopped. And I was like, and then today you were so mad, I was shaking. I was like, that's the same way. Oh my
I
God.
was tagging Disney World. I was tagging Dollar General. I was tagging freaking convenience stores.
Guys, we have gotten Dora so excited she has spit all over her microphone.
Oz, it never went. Hold on, let me reiterate. Oz, it never went to trial. So that's the reason why it was only an investigation. Nobody was ever charged. They immediately ruled it a self-unaliving, which is why they were able to reopen the investigation. So you can't reopen a case that's been tried in court without the evidence. But in terms of it never being brought to trial, they closed the case as a self-unaliving. And then when that investigator went and actually did the Open Records Act request, that's when they reopened it and automatically just said, hey, okay, we're going to, we're going to reopen this so they don't have to answer the Open Records Act request.
Yeah,
Kristen, because that stopped them, right? Again.
Yeah.
Like, oh.
Yep, because one of the exceptions to Open Records Act in every single jurisdiction, one of the exceptions to that is if there is an open active investigation, they are not required to answer the Open Records Act request. And there's 9 exceptions in every, so there's FOIA, which is so a lot of people get FOIA and open records work, and just use FOIA across the board, and I do it too. But FOIA is actually the Federal Information Act, the Federal Information Act statute or law. Open records in each jurisdiction is the actual state level Open Records Act law, and there's 9 exceptions both for FOIA and for each jurisdiction. And one of those 9 exceptions is the fact that if there's an open active investigation, they do not have to release anything whatsoever. They also don't have to release their notes and things like that. That is considered work product of the investigator. It's wild. They don't even have to release it in a case unless a judge orders that it gets released as exculpatory, which I believe it's exculpatory every time. I think that's the dumbest shit ever. But the prosecutor will always argue that the notes of the investigator is work product, which is the most wild shit to me ever. But it's infuriating. Someone asked, what's the next step? Hold on. So what are the next steps for Jana? I mean, at this point, Jana's done everything that she can do. Her files are absolutely, like Pappy said, meticulous. I mean, she's got everything in there. She put together I think it was a 20, 30 some odd page timeline of everything, every conversation with every link. I mean, down
Kristen
to the absolute
was even
second.
impressed. Yes, she is.
Yeah, I was like, I'm hiring you. Like literally. If only everybody that I asked for a timeline could give me a timeline like that, my job would be a whole hell of a lot easier. But I mean, honestly, it just comes down to us sharing it out. That's literally what it comes down to, is us pushing this out to the public, to the people. Dora and I are going to get these letters together, like I stated. And so those letters we're going to post on our social media platforms. I'm going to post the video. They didn't even ask the dad why he picked up his child that day instead of normal routine. Exactly. But they didn't ask anything. And that's what Dora and I were saying, is like, I would be asking, like, what did you do? Why did it take you so long? Why did you make a bunch of pit stops that were super random when you couldn't reach I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell you right now, if I can't reach my kids, if I can't reach my husband, hell, if I can't even reach my ex-husband because it's my kid's father, right? I'm going to stop what I'm doing to make sure everybody is okay. I'm not going to go and continue shopping, or I'm not going to go to Walmart and sit in a parking lot and do all the things that he did just to, avoid from going home so that someone else can find.
Exactly.
Crystal. That's the most wild shit to me ever.
I didn't want to say premeditated, but he knew.
100%.
And see, that's also something I said last night. He pulled an OJ. He cruised through that town slow as he could possibly go. So that way everybody in that town had a chance to see him driving through that town as an alibi.
Yep. And conveniently, he was at the school with the school resource officer that day. So he had an automatic alibi created knowing that he was at the school that day.
The timestamp from the bank, he knew.
Yes, he knew everything. He knew what he was doing. Again, he was ex-law enforcement. That's why
his statement is a joke with that.
Yeah.
Whoever that person is, I need to watch my mouth. The person that took it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
God, it's a joke.
Absolutely.
It's a bad joke, though. It's not. It's either they're ignorant or they're covering up or stupid. Let's use that word.
All the above.
Yes.
Let's choose D. The above.
Do they keep up with their certifications? And you got to constantly update being in law enforcement. I don't care if you're the sheriff. It doesn't matter who you are.
You're supposed to do so it's different in every jurisdiction, but most jurisdictions, either annual or every 2 years, you have your continuing education or certification classes that you have to do. And then you have so many hours in certain subjects, or you can choose subjects that you're, an expert in.
Yeah. But he was getting teed off at her for asking about these questions. And it was I don't know that name. And then all of a sudden it was, it's so-and-so. Well, that's my...
Listen,
wasn't
you want to know what I'm currently doing, y'all? I am on Senator John Kennedy's Facebook page, posting in his comment section Crystal's story.
Good. Keep it up. That's all. That's what we have to do at this point. That's what we have to do at this point.
Yep.
We need this rehearsed.
And this played last night, y'all, for the ones that are newer today in here or didn't know. She did a host show last night, everybody that's on that panel. Or I guess up here. There's so much more.
At 3 a.m., Kristen and I still had 690 people.
There was over 700 at 800 at one point, even after Dora fell asleep, and it slowly dwindled. I think at the end when we actually got kicked off, we were at 714, I think. Or maybe it was the 692. I can't remember. At some point,
we were at 714. I don't know. I got a picture at 998 and then 1,000.
I know that we had some major people in here last night listening to this, everything that me and her was just jabbling on about, because at one point we were starting to get sluggish. But with her reading, and she was lullabying me to sleep reading these interviews. And all I know is that the people were here. They stayed up all night with us pretty much listening. Yeah, 4 a.m., still 700 people. This is amazing, people. And that's all we're asking is for you to listen to us, hear the story, repost, share, get the word out there.
Again, the Book of Faces is Crime Insight with Dora and Bench Slap TV. Kristen's page is Bench Slap TV. We'll both share them. Again, I'm going to get with Kristen. We're going to get the letters out there. We're going to keep everybody updated. If we get flagged over on TikTok for our post, then we're going to scream it on Facebook.
And not to sit here and toot our horns, guys, but one thing you're not going to get with us is you're not going to get a bunch of false misinformation for likes and clicks and follows and shit like that. That's not how we operate. Nothing that we report is going to be reported without some sort of documentary evidence to back it up or a factual source to back it up. This is why I'm never, and Dora and I literally had this conversation behind the scenes the other day. We literally texted each other at the same time and said, see, this is why we don't do videos until we have the absolute facts. And we know that that they are actual facts and not just, hearsay or misinformation. So,
and that's why I got out of the true crime, because of all the accusations and all the, this could happen. This is what happened. Theories. No, I want
and you
facts.
will hear us say, if we don't have the fact, we will say allegedly, in my opinion.
Yes, that's why I got into this part of Crime Talk. I mean, besides Dora and Steph I met, but I'm saying you're legit. You know what I mean? You're not out there trying to get the clicks and you're popular and all. I don't know.
No,
I don't even come in the box that much.
Their story shared.
Yes, you want to get the story. Make the person it's about's really getting the light on them. They're really, and it's facts. It's not hearsay, or y'all display that. It's like, this is not factual. It's not official yet. It makes such a difference.
Correct. Absolutely. And most of the time, if it's reported, I'll post the news article. I'll take a screenshot of the news article and post it so that you guys can see the source.
Absolutely. And again, the follows and the likes and all that stuff, that helps get the story out, but that's not why we're doing it. We want you guys to follow us and like what we do because you trust that you're getting correct information from us. That's at least that's how I look at everything. I don't want you guys to follow just because I ask you to follow. I want you to follow because you're going to get factual information. You're going to get the facts. You're going to get everything. I don't have to be the first person to post a video immediately because I have the breaking news, right? Like if somebody else posted beforehand, great, but I'm going to go verify that information to make sure that what I am putting out is the absolute facts of that situation. And a lot of times it may be different and people may question, but I'm going to point you back to a family member. I'm going to point you back to a victim. I'm going to point you back to an actual court document every single time.
And I am not about the drama. There is no way in hell I'm getting involved in anybody's drama.
No, we don't care what people think. We don't care what people say. It's not about that, guys. It's about justice.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. But that's why I left the true crime community before, because he said, she said bullshit was getting too thick. And everybody wanted to be the first to make sure they got the story. And they were documenting and putting untrue facts out there that
calling people rookies. Like, who gives it? Like, I said this the other day. I can't imagine a world where I literally do that is dumb as shit.
You're cutting out bad, girl.
I'm like, what are we, 12? Like, of course I am.
Yeah, you're 12.
Because I'm walking to the Target, I gotta get it for her.
You should be treated like a human always. If we want respect, we got to put it out there.
It wasn't just Micah that happened with. There were several cases that happened with. And I got to the point to where if we can't even tell the truth and get the truth out there, why are we here? and I stepped away from all of it.
Correct.
And if
That's
Marge,
me. I stepped away. I came from a drama side of TikTok, right? I stepped away. I'm pursuing what I enjoy, what I have always loved. This has been my entire, like, ever since I was a kid, I've always gotten into true crime. I've loved true crime for many, many years. And I was with Steph during the Micah stuff. We were posting about Micah all over Facebook, all over TikTok. Look how that made a change in Micah's story. Look what we can do for Crystal.
yeah, because I'm all about the facts, and I know that I can call Dora up, or I can call Kristen up, and I can call Jana up, and some of these other people's that I've already got their phone numbers, and I can even crack a joke with them, and they not take me so damn serious. But we're getting the facts and the truth out there, and that's what the important part of this is. Like Kristen last night, when we got booted out of your live, I saw her still online for another 30, 45 minutes. I said, go to bed.
There may be something that I don't see, and Kristen can verify this. There may be something that I don't see that Kristen will text me and say, did you see this article? Did you see this? Did you happen to capture this? And I'll do the same with her. I will send her something and be like, hey, did you happen to capture this? Like, what in the world?
Because Dora, that's working together. Not, oh, I'm a bigger top dog. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do that really well. So good. Well, we all do. I'm just saying.
We have different sets of eyes on it because Kristen is looking at it from a legal perspective. I'm looking at it from an outsider.
We've already got 2,600 signatures. Let's
keep
going.
Go! 2,600 signatures on the petition, folks.
I told Kristen K up here, I said, get offline and go to bed because we were in the lives.
You know what, Peppy? I got to pull out a song called Turn Down for What for those signatures, okay? It's called Dancing for Justice, and I'm going to take a moment to celebrate the fact that we have 2,600 signatures on the petition signed. 1 second. Let's go, folks. Let's go. 2,600 signatures. I will send it to you, Jax. For the petition to reinvestigate Crystal McCrory Jones's case. Let's go, folks. Let's get it out there. Follow Crime Insight with Dora and follow Bench Slap TV on the Book of Faces.
With TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by February 28th.
We're going to play this real quick and celebrate the fact that we already have 2,600 signatures. Let's go, team. Y'all are awesome.
Yes, Brianne.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
On Facebook, yes.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
Let's go, team.
We will definitely rock you. Yes. Build up. Build up.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
That's right. Keep sharing that link to the petition, folks.
Turn down for what? Turn down for what?
Look at you guys go. 2,600 signatures on the petition to reinvestigate the case of Crystal McCrory Jones.
Okay, now
Blast
that you
off.
Mo, now that you've signed it, have someone else in your family sign it. Get your families involved. Hey, honey, I know you can help me. This is what I'm into right now. Sign this petition.
Guys, the update for winter is on my page. It has all of the facts that we know of at this moment.
Let's get to 3,000 signatures. And I'm not saying before the end of this live, but I'm just saying let's get 3,000.
If you go to Bench Slapped TV, you can click on the physical link. If not, you'll have to copy it from the comment section and post it in a new browser. But if you go over to Facebook and go to Bench Slap TV or to Dora's page, Crime Insight with Dora, she shared my post. There should be a clickable link there that you can just click on and go right to it.
You guys are blowing the Facebook page up with them tags.
I wish we could see how many shares and all that.
We are at 60 shares on Facebook.
Absolutely.
Y'all are amazing.
Look at all of us coming together like sensible adults.
And Kristen, do you mind also if I make you an admin for my page, you and Allie?
Absolutely.
That way, if you guys need to, if I post something and it needs corrected or anything like that you see, you can send me. I can update it, or you guys have admins. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right to that page.
And I would also be honored to be one of your mods too, Dora.
Absolutely, Pappy. We'll get you.
Who's your pappy?
The Facebook pages are Bench Slap TV, that is Kristen's page, and then you have Crime Insight with Dora.
And we've got to figure out a way for now that you're making them admin. Is there ways that we can kill the lives?
You guys can go in and make posts. You guys can approve. There is no post approvals. You guys can.
I'm talking about when you go to sleep. Is there any way for us to end lives now? Because they've done so many changes.
No. I don't think they let us do that.
No,
well,
we're talking about
when she teacups, it's going to boot us every time she teacups. So she did. I mean, that's what she's been doing.
Yeah.
The petition is posted on. If you don't check my private videos, if you don't go to bed, it is on Bench Slap TV and Crime Insight with Dora on the Book of Faces, guys.
Somebody give us an update on how many signatures we've got now. I know it's only been like 5 minutes, but everybody was kind of like, let's go.
Give me a minute. I gotta get Allie and Bench Slapped. Hold on.
Yeah, whatever. Sing. It'll bring everybody in now. I will, but let's set some goals first, and then we'll see about singing. Just remember, the theme songs are Reba McEntire, The Night the Lights Went Down in Georgia, or in this case, Louisiana, Fancy, Broken
Yes.
Halo. Those were some of Crystal's favorite songs. Her favorite color was purple. So purple hearts, purple balloons, purple, anything that you guys do with this, purple, purple, purple. What's some other things? So that way, when we go to Louisiana to celebrate this victory, which we are going to have, we can get purple balloons, we can get purple t-shirts, we can get purple flowers. And when we march down that middle of that street and we walk right up to the house where all this happened, and we can lay it on that doorstep and celebrate her freedom.
Yes, petition signed. Let's go. I'm so proud of you guys. And thank you guys for being a best part of this with us. It means a lot to us.
Kristen, what time have you got to go over do the other thing you said you had to do?
Oh, I'm just taking you guys along with me. I don't have a call today. My calls are on Sunday. I teach my tax class on Sundays.
Oh, that's right. It was Jana and Tats.
Jana and Tats. Yeah. Well, Tats sent her the number. Tats was going to conference me in if they were able to hop on the phone today. So if they do, then hopefully we can have that conversation.
Well, I'll be here in just a few minutes because I do want to get the recap video posted and things like that.
Yeah, same.
Me and Kristen is going to work on that and get it posted to the Book of Faces. Also share it over here.
Really quick, Dora. I don't want to change the topic, but I want to tell you guys about this really quick because there's another thing that this is totally off subject, but it's important. I just posted 2 videos today. One was the winter, and the other one is a story out of North Carolina that everybody needs to be reposting. Please, I cannot stress this enough. There is a father who impregnated his daughter, and she had his child. She told the police about this when she was 18 years old, and they did nothing. And the mother said that part of their relationship was consensual. Somebody just commented in the comments, where's Dora saying to the mother, are you okay? And I said, right? Long story short, they arrested the daughter and the father.
No.
For well, you know.
Yeah.
Incestus, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to say it on
Is it on your page?
It's on my page. It's a video I just posted today. It has the dad's picture, and it says father and daughter. Please, guys, it's again, semi-trigger warning. It's not too bad. I didn't get into too much detail. I just posted the facts of what happened, but please go and repost this out because she's been SA'd by him since she was 13 years old. She is a victim. She doesn't understand that this is wrong because he has literally done this to her, and now she is in jail, and the cops had to catch them on a high-speed chase.
Oh my God! Think of the detriment to her health. It's been, mentally.
That
I can't imagine. Oh,
and that poor child. I mean, let me just put it into perspective. Her child is also her brother, guys.
Oh.
No, her grandfather.
Parks?
No, it would be the child.
Yeah, the child would be child's grandfather, right?
The child her child is also her brother because it's the father.
Jesus.
Her own child is technically her brother because her father is right. And then yes, the father is also the grandfather.
Kristen, can you also put your link to your Book of Faces in your bio? I have updated mine. The Book of Faces is in my bio, so you guys can click the link and go to where it says Facebook link.
Yeah, I'll put it back in there. My Know Your Rights class is coming up, so I have that link in there, but I'll change it out for a little bit until I start promoting it.
So they don't even have a family tree. They have a family bush.
Right. It's just infuriating, and I'm mad. I'm really mad that she was arrested. I don't think that was right at all, because she went to them and she said, I don't want you guys to press charges because I don't want him to go to jail. Because again, she doesn't understand this is wrong. This has been going on since she was 13.
That's all she knows.
Right, it's all she knows. And then the cop said, okay. He was not arrested for 2 years. 2 years.
Our children are so unprotected in this world, even by law enforcement and all these people,
So
agencies.
But now they're both being held. The girl's being held on a $1 million bond, and he's being held on a $1.5 million bond. Make that shit make sense.
Guys, 2,608 verified signatures at this point.
Wow. And guess
Whoops,
what?
sorry,
I just heard.
Update 2,623.
Guys, I just heard from Jana, and Jana has said 600 people have joined the Facebook group.
She's so excited. She was so excited.
Did
See
you
what
tell
we
her that?
do? See how it helps people?
Share the signatures total with her. 2,623 at this moment. Wow.
Yes, you can find our Book of Faces link in my bio, as well as Kristen is going to get hers in there. It's Bench Slapped TV.
I've got some cool ideas for some t-shirts.
I do too, but I ain't going to publicly say them because I think one of them needs to have the face. And are you okay?
You need to patent that, Dora. We can talk later, but I would.
Like, are you for real okay? I love when Kristen says it too, because the other day I caught she was in a box and she was talking about something and she's like, "Sir, are you okay?"
I heard that.
Are you okay?
Too bad we can't use
That's why
that
I
in a
made the
court
picture for
setting.
you.
And here's something else in this case that
I would.
This is something else in this case that caught me. Now that of the argument the day before, when they were arguing over the daughter putting pictures out there for the older guy, and them getting into an argument about it. She was 16 years old. And now that she is 18, she was never questioned or anything. So now that she's 18, she should be questioned about it.
So she was, the person, I'm gonna hop down. The person that asked, I can't type in the comments for some reason. I don't know what's happening. So just guys, go watch my video on that. I don't want to derail the live separate from what we've been talking about. I just wanted to make sure that you guys go over and check those out. And then the winter update is on there. I'm going to go get this in my bio. I'm going to get pink hair dye for my daughter to do whatever she's going to do to probably F up her hair because she doesn't listen to me.
Get her pink and
then
get you purple.
I'm just kidding. No. So she wanted to bleach it, and thank God my sister and I were able to talk about that because I don't want her frying her hair. So now she just wants to do the pink streaks, and I'm like, whatever. 12-year-olds, they'll learn eventually. So I'm going to go get this for her, and then I'm going to get that in the bio. I will get the letters posted in the group for you guys. And, yep, all the things. Dora, thank you for hosting this today. I appreciate you.
Always, friend. And I'm sure I'll talk to you.
And we will chat later. Yeah, I'll call you later on once I get everyone settled.
Of course.
You're amazing.
Love y'all. Have a great night. Appreciate you guys.
You too.
Love your face. Mean it. Okay, bye, guys.
Bye.
Absolutely, guys. Sign that petition. Share out her face. Tag those folks. Get her shared out there. That's the one thing we can do to be a voice for Crystal in this matter and her family. Her family is overwhelmed with hope that we can get her case re-examined and reinvestigated as we think that it should be. We're not going to stop from here. We're not going to stop at all. We're going to continue on. And I am grateful for each and every single one of you that has been here with us today to hear Crystal's story, to hear her sister talk, to hear who she was before her passing. Not only did we learn about who she was before her passing, we also learned about her life and who she was as an individual. And she enjoyed giving to others. It's time that this platform and TikTok give to this family by seeking justice for her.
Absolutely.
100%.
And we're not going to stop. She deserves this. Her family
I think she got some hope back, she said.
Yes.
It's got to feel good.
Well, today she just, as I was saying, while we're sitting here getting all flustered and frustrated, she's just over the, see, I told you. She was getting relief and release.
Because she knew we was about to be cussing up a storm.
Yeah.
Asking really if you're okay.
You could even hear it in her voice, though, as she spoke. Just the release of all the stuff that has been bottled up in her for over 2 years.
Last night and today, yeah. And then she got I'm like, she's tough, but she felt it. She showed her husband last night the purple hearts.
She just sent me a message and said, "You guys give me so much hope and energy right now."
Oh my gosh. You give me chills, Dora. That's freaking me out.
She said, "If you're still alive, I want to come and hang."
Come on.
Her call is at 5, so it should be pretty soon. I did send her a message, and she said, "You guys give me so much hope and so much energy right now." She's really relieved and getting that hope and getting that fire. We can put that fire. We can light the fire.
I couldn't imagine if that was my sister. I mean, wouldn't we want everybody? Wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Like, so she's finally getting it. It's so awesome. Thank you, Dora, for using your platform again for something. And everybody that was on the panel last night, today, they're all, everybody in this room, in the chat. It means so much. It does.
Hey, Dora, are you okay?
I am good. And I'm grateful, guys. I'm grateful that, we could get on here today, and I am going to end soon. She is going to have a call, so I told her I would be ending here in a few moments to get a recap posted on the Book of Faces. If you guys don't follow the Book of Faces, you guys can go to the link in my bio, and my Book of Faces is listed there along with my YouTube as well.
Well, guys, I'm going to hop down out of the box so that way Dora can do her closing statements and all that good stuff. But I just wanted to say I appreciate each and every one of you for listening to us today and stepping up and stepping out and showing all those purple hearts and showing your love and support to Jana and her family. And most importantly, let's bring justice home for Crystal.
Correct. Let's bring justice home. We're not going to stop.
And I love your faces.
I love your guys' faces.
I'm going to hop down to Dora so you can do whatever.
Okay, honey, I'll talk to you in just a little bit. I'll shoot you a text.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. Okay.
All right, guys. So, as we're coming to the end, this live will be uploaded on YouTube. And we will have this uploaded within the next couple of hours. My YouTube is also listed in the bio. So we will get this posted. We'll get it posted, a recap post on the Book of Faces. If you don't follow the Book of Faces, please go over to my bio. The Book of Faces and YouTube is listed in the bio as well. So you guys are going to be able to get both of those links. Follow us there. I will be posting the screen capture. I also will post the phone numbers to call. I will be posting these photos here on the Book of Faces along with the phone numbers to get in touch with the Attorney General's office and District Attorney's office. I'm appreciative of all of you guys. And again, thank you so much. Make sure you follow Bench Slap TV, Crime Insight with Dora on Facebook. Sign the petition. Share the links. Share her story. Tag. We can help so many more like Crystal. I appreciate you guys. Once again, you guys standing here with us, being the voice. helping us get the word out there, because without you guys, this would be impossible. Thank you again from the bottom of all of our hearts. We will post this up on YouTube, and we will see you guys. I'm sure I'll be in a box somewhere soon. So much love. I'm going to go have dinner myself, and I will be in touch, guys. Have a blessed rest of your evening, and we'll see you soon.